Felix Day. Happy
Yes,
Felix
sir.
Day.
We got
He's got
the
the
memo.
yellow. Yes, indeed.
All right.
All right, here we go. Mike Zunino. Tough break for the young man. He breaks a hamate bone. This on a base hit. He'd been playing so well, and Dave, you as a former catcher can really appreciate what this kid has done.
Well, just so impressed by his makeup, by the maturity that he has shown so far. Catching the ball, blocking the ball, really gaining the confidence. But you saw right there just the grimace after he took that swing. Tough kid. He continues to take the at-bat. In fact, he comes back and gets another at-bat, goes inside, tapes up that wrist. He doesn't want to come off the field. This guy is used to showing up every day and playing every day.
And he started really swinging the bat very well of late. He's on a DL. And they bring up a veteran who'd been recently DFA'd by the Phillies, Humberto Quintero. What do you know about him?
Quintero, he was the starting catcher for the Phillies this season. He's a veteran guy. He's got 11 years in the big leagues. Started back in 2002 with the San Diego Padres. Been with a number of teams. But this is a guy that's going to, be able to fit in very quickly. He's going to be sharing time with Henry Blanco. You see Mike Zunino right there. I think he's going to learn some stuff just by being on the bench. Still wanting to learn, talk to his guys, build those relationships with his pitchers.
Eric Wedge continues to be out. We know that he'll be back hopefully when we get back to the next homestand against Toronto. I texted with him today. I said, what are you doing, watching a whole bunch of Westerns? He says, no, it's all quiet on a Western front. Still not under 100%, but getting better every day, which is good news.
It is good news. But, these guys are still playing baseball as if Eric was in that dugout. He's somebody who's had their back for the last couple of years. Guys that have struggled, now they're playing well, and I think they want to continue to play well even in his absence.
You know it. Starting pitching tonight, Scott Diamond stuck it to the Mariners when we were in Minnesota back in June. And the King, Felix Hernandez, King's Court night. Felix is on a roll.
He has been outstanding. I don't know if I've seen him pitch any better in the past. You have to go back to the month of May when he lost the game. 10 starts, he's 6-0. He has just been dominating. He's on the road to his second Cy Young, in my opinion.
Felix, the ERA leader in the American League, the innings leader in the league, and third in strikeouts. This could be a good night against the Minnesota Twins. Happy Friday, happy Felix Day, everybody. Mariners and the Twins. First pitch straight ahead.
you by Ford. We are local. By Safeco Insurance. Do more. And by the Emerald Queen, presenting Moonwalker, the reflection of Michael, a Michael Jackson tribute, August 19th. For tickets, go to emeraldqueen.com. Hi, everybody. Angie Mentink here with you at the Ford Sports Desk. Now, the Mariners have won 9 of their last 10 games. They are pitching well. They are playing well. And they are playing loose as well. We have shown you in the past how this team is really getting into it with the introductions and having a good time. We saw Nick Franklin as well on the road wearing the police hat. So right now, Mariners starting to do, you get a live look inside the dugout. And this is what we've seen over the last few days, where everybody gets out there for these introductions. Of course, they don't introduce people during things except on opening day, but we listen in on Tom Hudler.
Batting first, the right fielder, number 12, Jason Day. Batting second, the second baseman, number 20, Nick Franklin. Batting third, the left fielder, number 28, Raul Ibanez. Batting fourth, the designated hitter, number 8, Kendrys Morales. Batting fifth, the third baseman, number 15, Kyle Seager. Batting sixth, the first baseman, number 17, Justin Smoke. Batting seventh, the center fielder, number 13, Dustin Eckley. Batting eighth, the shortstop, number 26, Brendan Ryan. And batting ninth, the catcher, number 33, Henry Blanco.
Again, this team having fun.
Good evening, everybody, and welcome to Mariners Baseball. It's the Mariners and the Twins. The king is on the mound. Felix Hernandez. Happy Felix Day, everybody. Dave Sims, Dave Valley with you. Mike Flowers with the night off. First pitch. is off the plate, ball one. Umpires for tonight's ballgame. Phil Cuzzy's got balls and strikes. Quinn Walcott at first, Chris Guccione at second, and Ron Culpa is at third. Line drive, left field. Ryan Dozier. 1 for 5 last night. Let's take a look at the rest of the batting order for the Minnesota Twins.
For the Twins, in that leadoff spot, just getting that base hit is Dozier, followed by Carroll, Morneau, Dummett, Herman, Thomas, Hicks, Butera, and Florimon, the shortstop, hitting ninth. Justin Morneau struggling, hitting only 152. And here's the numbers for Felix this season. He's been on a roll, 11-4 with a 2.43 ERA that leads the American League.
Two-hole hitter tonight, Jamie Carroll, the veteran, 1 for 11 career against Felix Hernandez. Mariners coming off a nice win last night. Huge second inning. Took 30 minutes, 10 men to the plate. Mariners win for the 9th time in their last 10 games. The month of July has been a good month for them. 14-6 record, while the Twins are 7-14.
I think you may see the Twins try to do some things different here. They've had so much trouble scoring against Felix Hernandez. Ron Gardenhire will probably be putting these guys in motion.
Felix well aware. And again, the Twins play without Joe Mauer, 3-time batting champion, number 2 hitter in the league. He's on paternity leave. Expected to be back tomorrow, but I saw one headline that said he might not be back on Saturday. We'll find out. And also Josh Willingham, their power hitting left fielders, on the DL.
It's a couple of big bats out of that lineup.
Runner goes. Seager's got one play at first base. One down.
Here's a look at our T-Mobile defensive setup for the Seattle Mariners. Out in the outfield, Ibanez, Ackley, and Bay out in right field, and across the infield, you've got Seager, Brendan Ryan, Nick Franklin, and Justin Smoke over at first base. And doing the catching tonight will be Henry Blanco, and on the mound, the King.
There's Justin Morneau, 2006 American League MVP. Foul back, look out.
Twins have come out swinging. They're not taking too many pitches off of Felix so far.
You've seen it. Get some of these guys early, right?
The good ones. You know, typically the guys that can really stick it to you are the guys that, like a Felix Hernandez, once they start to find their groove, so you've got to try to get to them early.
Morneau, 152, career hitter against Felix with a homer and 3 runs batted in.
We talked about Felix's dominance of this Minnesota Twin team. He's gone 24 scoreless innings against the Minnesota Twins, and don't forget for a moment that they don't know that. They know they have trouble, so they're going to try everything. They're going to try a different game plan when they go up to the plate.
Breaking ball, fielded by Franklin. Takes his time, throws out Morneau. Down to third goes Dozier as we take a look at today's cold, hard facts. Brought to you by Coors Light and Hisashi Iwakuma. Fine performance last night. 4 starts, 4-0 record. Look at that ERA. And then Felix in his last 2 starts against the Twins. Ron Gardenhire, he knew he had no picnic coming to Seattle, knowing he was getting the top 2 pitchers in the rotation. Thanks a lot.
That's a 1-2 punch right there to start a series. Not always a pleasant task.
Here's Ryan Dommett, native of Moses Lake. Little League team here last night on as his guest, and he went 1 for 4.
Dommett was a nice pickup for the Twins. A guy that can give a little time off to Joe Mauer behind the plate.
0-2 to Dommett, who's 0 for 8 career against Felix. Boy, the Hulkster, what are you going to do when the Hulkster?
He hasn't been working out much lately.
No, he hasn't. Hey, pretty good impersonation. That's an extra section for King's Court tonight. That's a great look.
They've got, what, 1, 2, 3 full sections down there in left field.
Here's the 0-2. Strike 3 call. Felix gives up a leadoff single. Finishes the inning with 10 pitches. No harm done. Mariners coming to bat. Baseball, Jason Bay going to lead it off, native of Trail, British Columbia. And as his guest tonight, the Little Leaguers from Trail, BC. Let's take a look at the rest of the Mariner batting order following the leadoff man, Jason Bay.
Yeah, here's a look at the Mariners starting lineup brought to you by Chevron. In that leadoff spot, Jason Bay, followed by Nick Franklin, Raul Ibanez, Kendrys Morales is in the cleanup spot. Kyle Seager, Justin Smoke, Dustin Ackley, Brendan Ryan, and Henry Blanco. Dustin Ackley last night, a couple of doubles and a good night, looking to pick up where he left off. Scott Diamond for the season, 5-9 with a 5.53 ERA. Opponents are hitting .314 off the left-hander.
Bay first pitch swinging, pops one up. Long run for the right fielder. Herman coming over to second baseman. Wow, who made the catch? It's the right fielder. You had Dozier peeling off at the last second, and then Herman makes the catch.
Looks like Herman goes into a slide, stops, and that ball ending up in his glove. Now take a look at Herman. He's number 18. He's sliding, almost comes to a full stop. What a great effort by the right fielder. Good job by the second baseman not to step on his teammate there as he was sliding underneath him.
That's a good play. No quit on that one.
It's a good play unless you're the guy that
popped
hit that up.
Yeah, trying to get something going. First pitch swinging. Here's Franklin. Nick last night 1 for 3. Had a big 3-run homer in the second inning last night.
He was so impressive about that at bat. Nick found himself 0-2, still looking to hit a sacrifice fly, drive the ball to the big part of the yard. Got a hanging breaking pitch. Caught a little backspin and ends up hitting the ball out of the ballpark.
Mariners saw Diamond back in June 2nd, part of a blowout win by the Twins. He went through an easy 6 innings that night, or that afternoon. 10-0 victory. Take a look at our Sterling Bake Nobody Works Harder for You. Last 75 seasons, most home run as a second baseman in the first 50 games. Good company, Joe Gordon, Jason Kipnis, and Nick Franklin.
Wow.
Joe Gordon, a Hall of Famer.
You start thinking about all the great second basemen. Ryan Sandberg, Joe Morgan, Robinson Cano. And there he is, Nick Franklin. Only the third to do that.
Since Franklin came up, only Robinson Cano and Dan Uggla of the Braves have more home runs as second baseman. 3-2 pitch to the gap. Cutting it off there is Clete Thomas.
Scott Diamond features a fastball, a little cut fastball that he really likes to use coming in on the right-handers like we just saw there to Nick Franklin. Little small short breaking pitch and a changeup. Not an overpowering guy. The 3 left-handers that the Mariners have faced the last 3 times have been very tough left-handers. Diamond isn't in that type of category.
Strike 1 to Raul. On his 0 for 3 last night. And on the ground to Morneau. Puts it away, takes it himself, and that'll do it. 8 pitches for Diamond, as he is 2 better than Felix was on a good night for the pen. A Friday night here in Seattle. Second inning coming up. Friday evening, gorgeous weather here in Seattle. We play the second inning. The reviews are in. And last month's fireworks show was a blast, to say the least. So make sure that you're on hand for the next fireworks night, Friday, August 9th, after the Mariners take on the Brewers. So join us for a special tribute to Mariners legends with a special Mariners Hall of Fame themed fireworks show. Don't miss this summer family event at Safeco Field. Get tickets at mariners.com. Got our own headphone and everything.
I like the way they've kind of personalized their crowns.
Yeah, I like it. I like the signs. It's an extra section tonight. It's a very good turnout for the Kings Court. One of the better ones in recent home starts. Chris Herman leads it off. Chris, a right fielder / catcher. Clete Thomas and Aaron Hicks to follow.
Just had a quick idea. You know, I just saw a lot of the crowns out there. My daughter is a Zeta.
Okay.
In the sorority.
Right.
And their little insignia, you know, they have their little hand signal right here.
And look,
they throw up that little crown.
Right.
We need to get that out there.
Okay.
I think that would fit really well, don't you?
Why not?
Okay, this is my, you know, so my daughter sends me pictures from down at TCU, and
right.
She's a little Zeta. She throws up the little crown just like that. Right there, the crown.
Have to hook that up. Clete Thomas, the former Detroit Tiger. Clete went 0 for 4 last night. Mariners winners of 9 of their last 10. They're at 49 and 53. Charging is Ryan. And throws him out, 2 down.
Nice play by Brendan, charging in hard on that one. If he stays back, it ends up being an infield hit. But he comes in hard and gets it on the short hop. Just kind of smothers it and snatches it and gets rid of it all in one motion. We've seen Brendan Ryan come up with some amazing plays as we see the McDonald's I'm loving it Supermo.
It's great watching him during batting practice and taking ground balls. He practices a lot of high degree of difficulty plays. And it's well entwined in his repertoire, that's for sure. Here's Aaron Hicks, top prospect in their system. He can cover some ground, and last night the Mariners middle infielders learned about this kid's exceptional plus speed.
You can see why the Twins are so high on him, just that great athletic ability. Still waiting for him to really turn the corner offensively. Hicks has been struggling from the outset of the season, but the Twins have just decided they're going to go with this guy every day.
See him get down the line last night, and both Franklin and Miller got an education.
I wonder what it feels like to be able to run that quick.
I have no clue.
Speed, there is no substitute. Isn't that what they say?
What's that?
Speed, there is no substitute.
That's exactly right. Even if we went into the Wayback Machine, I couldn't run that fast.
You could lie. most people do at this point, right?
That's true.
Well, back when I was...
No, I can't pull that one. I have too many witnesses. 2-2.
Felix with that great curveball again here tonight, just painting it on the outside corner.
Kings Court really fired up. 2-2 to Aaron Hicks. Oh, high. Full count. Felix has been sensational. 11-4, 2.43 ERA. Best in the American League. Innings leader in the American League and third in strikeouts. Payoff pitch. Got him. 1-2-3 inning. Second strikeout for the King. Another 10-pitch inning. When we come back, one of the biggest names in the history of Seattle sports is going to join us in the booth here. Mariners and the Twins. We go to the second inning. No score. The real king is Felix. We're joined in the booth by one of the great names in Seattle sports history, GP, the Glove, Gary Payton, going into the Hall of Fame in September.
Thank you very much.
It doesn't get any better than that.
It doesn't get any better. I mean, that just solidifies my career here, what I did in 13 years in Seattle, and they just showed it. You know, I had great numbers and had great fans like this, and it was just great for me.
Well, it means a lot. I mean, you're in the same sentence now with all the great guys catch you know, idolize, like, hey, just coming out of Oakland alone, Bill Russell out of Oakland.
That's the greatest thing, coming out with Bill Russell. But, you know, I got one more guy that just got a job with Brooklyn. And that's going to really be Jay Kidd. Yeah, so it's going to be really good. It's going to be really good.
Now, did you guys grow up together playing against each other?
I was older than him. I raised him.
Okay.
I raised him, and he was a great basketball player, and I like it. Giving him a coaching job, and it's going to be good for him. It's going to be a really good test for him.
How do you think he'll do?
you know what? They're putting a lot of great players around him, and they're putting a lot of great coaches around him. I think he's just got to be a motivator. Motivate the young kids. I think they really got him for Darren Williams, and that's what they're going to do. They're going to get him for him, and then he's going to be okay.
He and Darren are tight from the days of Coach K on the Olympic team.
Right, and then I think then Darren's going to play for him. Darren's going to settle down and play really for him. I think a lot of the players are going to play for him. Kevin Garnett and Paul Pierce, they'll play for him, and they're going to be Hall of Famers, so they know what's going on.
Absolutely. Here's a ground ball. Flourmont takes his time, throws out Morales on a 3-1 offering, one down.
I think in the NBA, just like in baseball, you don't win without the horses. You've got to have the boys that can run out there every day and get it done.
Oh, absolutely.
You have to. You have to have at least 2 or 3 good players in your arsenal to win championships. That's what Miami Heat is doing right now. I think Brooklyn has got a good core. They're a little older, but I think Kevin Garnett and Paul Pierce have been there before. They're going to do it. I think they got a good little team. Johnson is coming. Williams. They got. I think they got the best center in basketball in Lopez right now in the post-up moves.
Yeah.
And I think it's going to be good. I think they're going to be really good. Really good.
You're in 10-year Grand Marshal of the Torchlight Parade, huh?
Yeah, I'm doing a lot there, but it's great, because it's here in Seattle. I'm going to have fun tomorrow. I'm on that parade. It's going to be a really good thing for me. I'm going to get out, and I'm going to jump out and play with all the
start
fans.
Stepping out there in fun?
Yeah. I'm going to be doing my march. It's going to be fun. It's going to be really fun.
Now, you played a charity softball game here about a month ago?
Don't remind me.
What happened? You lost?
I had a pop-up. No, we won. We won by 1 run.
Okay.
I had a pop-up, and then I hit a triple, and everybody was getting on me.
Did you?
I didn't pull nothing. I was sore for a little while, though. I was sore. But I turned a lot of double plays, though. That's what they call me, the glove. I'm just a defensive
There you go.
Yeah, that's it.
Got to have a defender. Kyle Seeger, the hitter, 2-1. Here's a base hit by Mr. Seeger. What a great year. Just steady as he goes.
So, Gary, tell us what you've been up to lately, other than this great nomination of being the Hall of Fame.
Well, I've been ambassador for the NBA for a long time. Overseas stuff. I get a lot of the old school guys to come back, like George Gervin, the Bill Russells and all the Iceman. Everybody, they come back and we do some Clyde Drexler, Scottie Pippen, Dennis Rodman. We go back to go overseas and give it to these fans that never seen us when we played. Just so happened I just got a new job with Fox Sports 1.
Oh, good for you.
Wow,
yeah.
Be in the booth?
Yeah, it's going to be like a chalk talk. It's going to be like a panel. It's going to be almost just like, TNT. Like TNT.
Okay.
I'm gonna be the Charles Barkley of us. Okay. We got as Islam.
Why do you say that? Because you actually speak your mind.
I speak my mind.
Okay, that's what I thought.
Yeah, we got a good Donovan McNabb, Andy Roddick on there. We're gonna have a good panel. We're gonna talk the truth. Yeah, we're gonna talk the truth.
Say hello to McNabb for me.
I will.
Justin Smoke, the hitter.
So I'm gonna test your memory.
Tell me.
Do you remember the first time? I remember. You may not remember the first time you and I met.
And you got a good memory. I don't. When was it?
You were playing for Oregon State. You went down to Arizona State, and me and Harold Reynolds took you guys out to dinner after your game.
I remember that. Because Harold is alumni for Oregon State. Yes, indeed. I remember
Harold's
that.
like the mayor of Corvallis.
That's how he's from Corvallis. That's where he's from. So, yeah, he is the mayor of Corvallis. And, yeah, they did take us out. Yeah, you sure did.
Yeah,
I remember that.
It was fun watching you guys play at that time.
Yeah, we had a good little scrappy team. It was a good scrappy team. Nobody really thought that we were going to be the team that we was. And it was really good.
Here's the good news. The statute of limitations is off, so you're okay for the violations.
I'm not saying anything. Mum's the word. Mum's the word. He didn't take me out. We were just saying.
That's it. Exactly. Swinging the bat really well lately. Earlier, Robbie Thompson talking about his aggressiveness and being proactive early in the count has paid off for him with the good run that he's on right now, Dave.
I think of Frank Howard, old coach of mine. He used to say the bat's not dangerous unless it's moving. And I think that's what they're trying to get a lot of these young guys to do. Go up there, be aggressive, look for your pitch, and get after it.
Dozier throws him out, and that'll do it. GP, good to see you, man. Congratulations on the Hall of Fame.
Appreciate it.
And the Fox deal, man. That's great to see you in the booth.
Thank you. I'm going to have a good time. It's going to be from 8 to 11, so it's going to be great.
We'll be watching, man.
Thank you very much.
Good to see it. GP the Glove joining us here at Safeco Field. No score. Twins and Mariners. Sound Transit. Plan your next trip, visit soundtransit.org. Felix Hernandez back on the mound. Here's first pitch to Drew Butera. Ball one will be followed by Pedro Florman and Brian Dozier. Butera 0 for 1 last night. Entered the game late as a defensive replacement. It's a foul ball. Spent the better part of this season at AAA hitting .215. Been up and down a lot since 2010.
He's never really found his stride on the big league level, but does a good enough job behind the plate.
Well, you're a contemporary of his dad, right? Sal Butera, catcher?
Yes. Sal did a good job in raising up another catcher. There's not enough good catchers out there, you know?
Hey, tell me about
That's
it.
what I always say.
Hey, man, and with Zunino getting hurt, we're living testimony to it right now. 1 and 2, and Butera's gone. Felix with back-to-back strikeouts, 3 for the ball game, 1 down here in the third.
Right now, Felix is just using all of his pitches, 4 swings and misses. Right here he comes after Butera. After throwing him a fastball inside, takes a little bit off with the changeup. Felix gets a lot of strikeouts with that changeup. It just has tremendous movement on it.
Pedro Florman, switch hitting shortstop, .232 with 6 homers, 34 runs batted in. Shows bunt, takes ball 1. You spent most of the time in the American League. I know when I talked to Mike Brumley, Dave Hansen, who the best bunter was, and they always say Brett Butler. How about in the American League? Was there anybody that would drop one down when you were in the American League?
Well, Brett was in the American League with
Cleveland. Okay,
for a while. And he was phenomenal. Otis Nixon.
Okay.
Otis would try to bunt probably at least twice a game.
Right, but never get it down.
Well, no, he had a lot of success with it. He just had such tremendous speed. But as far as a technician of bunting and placing the ball where you wanted, I don't think there was anybody better than Brett Butler. Rod Carew, when I first came up, Rodney could lay down a bunt. He could handle the bat.
On 2 strikes.
It's kind of a lost art, though, don't you say?
It most definitely is. Slicing drive, left field, long run for a Raul. Tracking, he makes a catch.
I love seeing the expression of Felix as his defensive players make the plays behind him. He's not afraid to raise his arms. Tremendous over-the-shoulder grab right there by Raul Ibanez. Take a look at Felix. He's watching. Okay, what's going to happen? Yes. You got to love that. The crowd's loving it as well.
That great shot with Felix with the arm raised, with the Kings Court in the background. Very nice. Back to the top of the order, Brian Dozier got a base hit on a 1-0 pitch to start the ball game. Strike 1.
That's a great example of all the pitches Felix is using. First pitch, he throws a little breaking ball for a strike over the plate. Now, there's no way Dozier's going up there looking for a breaking ball the first pitch.
High drive to left field into the corner, long run for Raul again, and he makes the play. So Dozier jumps on a high fastball, hits it a long way, but Raul puts it away. No score. Middle of the third here at Safeco Field. on Root Sports. Being brought to you by Sterling Bank. Nobody works harder for you. Equal housing lender, member FDIC. And by Mazda. We believe if it's not worth driving, it's not worth building. Take a look. Bend, Oregon. Population 79,109. Seventh largest city in Oregon. Most populated city east of the Cascades. Metro area, 170,705. It includes towns of Redmond and Madras. Les Schwab Tires is headquartered in Bend after being founded in Prineville in 1952.
What do you think degree of rapids that was right there?
I'm a city guy. You tell me.
You're talking to another city guy. But I'm guessing maybe two or three.
Curtis Wilson says, who's back, he shot all that stuff, said 3-ish. Jay was up here talking about how rapid the water was moving in Montana on the rivers. Nice looking play there by Brian Dozier, throws out Ryan. I'll bring up Henry Blanco, is going to see a lot of time now over the next couple of weeks with Zunino out with a hamate problem. Broken hamates on a 15-day DL. Humberto Quintera called up, or actually acquired today. Interesting talking to Rick Griffin, who's been here forever, the head athletic trainer, talking about the hamate bone. You were here when Griffey did it. And Rick said the usual time for recovery, 28, and this is on the fasting, 28 to 35 days. So Junior came back in 23 days. First game back, double home run.
Not a surprise. Not a surprise. Junior had one of those bodies that healed very quickly. Just an abnormal athlete on the good side. He was just absolutely incredible.
Crazy.
So hopefully the same type of healing will happen for Mike Zunino. He's gotten off to such a great start with the Seattle Mariners.
June 19th, 1996. And you could see him right there. Grimace dropped the bat. He was done. He knew it.
Knew right away. And the good news is that they go in, they cut it off, and then they shave it down and make it nice and smooth, and he'll never have to worry about it again. It's over. The first time I'd ever heard about the hook of the hamate, it was a former Mariner, Ivan Calderon, had heard it back in like the mid to late 80s.
There's Blanco driving one to left field that Clete Thomas puts away, one down.
And typically it's the bottom hand that rolls over once the guys start to swing the baseball bat. You got that knob on the end of the bat that would just really force and cause some friction on that little hook there. But the good thing I think for Mike Zunino, just hearing him talk in interviews last night and today, really wanting to take this time on the deal to continue to learn. And that's a good place to learn. He won't have the pressure, but he'll have the ability to start to develop relationships, even deeper relationships with his starting pitchers. Talk to the guy that pitched yesterday about the game last night.
Talk to Blanco, who they rave about in terms of what he's done in terms of mentoring Mike to this point. Top of the order, Jason Bay, 101. Couple of hops down to Flourmont. Throws out Bay. That'll do it for the Mariners in the third. Another 0 on the board. Scoreless tie. A duel between Felix and Scott Diamond. this calendar brought to you by Sleep Country USA. Finish off this short homestand. Saturday game tomorrow, available only on MLB at Bat tomorrow. And then we're back with you on Root Sports on Sunday. Travel Monday to Boston. 3 games with the Sox. And then go down to Charm City, Baltimore for a weekend series. And then right back home here to Seattle and get our second and final look at the Toronto Blue Jays. That'll be 2 night games and a day game, the 5th, 6th, and 7th of August. Month of August on top of us already. Felix Hernandez giving up a leadoff single to Brian Dozier. Since then, 9 in a row retired.
Felix has really just been in complete command right now, working ahead in the count, throwing all of his pitches for strikes.
He's got Jamie Carroll, Justin Morneau, and Ryan Doumit, 2, 3, and 4. Yeah, I know. Yeah, as a catcher, you're loving this, right?
Yeah, it's like eeny, meeny, miny, mo. Just, okay, anything I put down is going to go.
Yeah. It's a beautiful thing and dangerous for the opposition. I mean, when you see, as you mentioned earlier, he's got 4 or 5 things working.
What do I look for?
Yeah.
You know, we've seen him throw his curveball in 3-2 count, a changeup.
Ryan throws at Carroll.
I think the biggest thing as you watch Felix pitch, watch the swings, watch the type of contact that the Twins are putting on the ball right now. Not too many balls have been squared up. They've been rolled over. They've been popped up. Other than that first base hit by Brian Dozier, which was kind of a soft line drive, but solid base hit single. Haven't seen a lot of good swings.
And again, the Twins playing without Joe Mauer, as he and his wife welcomed twin daughters to the world a couple of days ago. And Josh Willingham on the DL.
That's 2 big bats out of that lineup.
Huge. They did damage when we were in Minnesota. You were with us then, back in was that late May, early June. Here's Morneau, grounded out to second.
And Josh Willingham made that big ballpark look very small last year.
Good right-hand power hitter. Morneau from New Westminster, British Columbia. It says his dad here and big following.
Morneau played to pull on the right side on the infield. Outfield's pretty straight up.
It's out of play.
Went through a couple of very tough years with the concussion issues. Good to see him come back. You never like to see somebody who's at the top of his game at that time being unable to put on the uniform and go out there and compete.
Needing ahead. John McDonald completing a double play in Toronto back in 3 years ago. Strike 3 called. 4 strikeouts for Felix. 2 down here in the 4th.
Felix comes right after Justin Morneau and just paints this fastball right on the bottom of the strike zone, right on the knees of Justin Morneau. And McDonald slow-mo capturing it right there. Justin Morneau unable to pull the trigger.
Here's Ryan Doumit. Called strike 3 to end the first inning. Based on a couple of conversations yesterday, I looked for a Felix to try to keep the ball tight on this guy. Remember in Minnesota, he wore out Mariner pitching balls away from him, and he can hit it the other way and also hook it. There you go.
It's a nice piece of hitting right there by Doumit. Great location by Felix. Something down and off. I don't even think this is a strike right here, but Doumit goes down and just slashes it. The ball just underneath the knees. That's a sign of somebody that's swinging the bat well when you're not trying to do something with the pitch that they give you. Just take what you give you. And a guy like Felix, when he's pitching as well as he is tonight, you can't try to make something happen off a pitch like that.
There's Chris Herman. It's at strike one. Herman batted in the 2-hole yesterday, began the game as catcher and finished up the game in right field. Domit can play right field and catch as well. We also have Butera. Ron Gardenhire likes to have 3 guys on this roster who can do the catching. Swing, and the pitch gets by Blanco. 0-2 the count to Herman. A wild pitch. Get Domit down to second base.
There's a little changeup right here as Herman swings up over the top. I'm sure Henry Blanco feels like he should have caught that ball right there.
Felix's 10th wild pitch, most on the ball club. Iwakuma has 7. He's second. Kings Court in full voice. Fly ball, straightaway center field for Ackley, just shy of the track, and he's there. No harm, no foul done in the 4th. Due up for the Mariners, it'll have Nick Franklin, Raul Ibanez, and Kendrys Morales. Technology is brought to you by the Emerald Queen Casino, the entertainment capital of the Northwest. Beautiful night here at Safeco Field. Glad to have you with us. Kings Court, extra section tonight. And they got a lot of folks out there tonight. Look, King Papa, I'm with King Felix. They are enthused, to say the least. As everybody knows, Felix on a terrific run. He's 11-4. See if the Mariners can get him some runs. Nick Franklin, Raul Ibanez, and Kendrys Morales against Scott Diamond. Diamond beat the Mariners, and the Mariners tripped to Minnesota earlier in the season. Nick flied out to left in his first at bat. Diamond giving up 1 hit. That was to Seager. 1 out in the 2nd inning. Hasn't walked anybody or struck out anyone. It's behind here, 3-0.
Very quietly, Scott Diamond has been pitching quite a game right here.
Strike to Nick, 3-1.
Ibanez in the on-deck circle.
3-2.
In that first at-bat against Nick Franklin, Scott Diamond was able to get inside on his hands with that little cutter. That last pitch.
3-2 down the line. Fair ball. And touched by the fans. Ground rule double. 12th double for Nick. Good start to the 4th.
Nice adjustment right there by Nick Franklin. Diamond continued to pound them inside with the cutter. This time he really gets that head of the bat out. This pitch just on the inside corner, and he rips it right down the line inside the bag at third. The ball ricocheted off the hands of that fan out there.
Bruce Mariner, leadoff hitter to reach base here.
Last night we saw some good at-bats by the Mariners. Justin Smoke looking to pull the ball to the right side on the ground. Ends up with a base hit out there to right.
Here's a look at what Raul has done against left-handers.
One of the few guys that has been having success, hitting .256.
Pulls it's going to get that runner to third. Diamond covers. So down at third with one out. Nick Franklin, productive out by the veteran Raul Ibanez, getting a lot of attaboys in that dugout as we check our CenturyLink links to what's next. Coming up on Sunday, our next telecast, Kyle Gibson goes against Erasmo Ramirez.
For that last at bat by Raul, those are the type of things that the young players are watching. Raul Ibanez, the veteran left-handed hitter, looking to pull the ball to the right side to move that guy up 90 feet.
Here's the Mariners RBI leader, Kendrys Morales, 57 runs batted in, one better than Raul. Does not have a sacrifice fly as of yet.
At least getting a little breather inside the Mariner dugout.
See ball in this foul. You do a lot of work at MLB Network. What are you hearing about trades? Trade deadline coming up.
I'm not sure, you know, with the Garza trade, the Soriano trade happening, with Soriano going back to the New York Yankees. There's quite a few teams that are looking to upgrade, and I think that extra wild card spot are going to cause more teams to continue to look on how they can improve.
Ball 2 to Morales.
I think the Garza trade to the Texas Rangers is a real plus. Certainly you've got Jake Peavy in Chicago. A lot of teams are looking at it, always looking for pitching.
Oh, no kidding. All the time. 2-1 to Morales. Franklin at third. Infield up close. At a 3-1 count. Cleveland beat Texas 11-8 in 11 innings. Rayburn with a walk-off homer in the 11th for Cleveland. Three-one count to Kendrys, and he hits a foul. 3-2.
Well, he's got Diamonds pitching right now. It reminds me of Al Leiter. Left-hander for the New York Mets, New York Yankees, Toronto Blue Jays,
Florida Marlins.
Had that great cutter, and when in doubt, boy, he just kept pounding it on your hands. Right now, Scott Diamond's not letting it up. He's got a good cutter here tonight. Good command of it.
3-2. Out off again.
Right now there's that little bit of reflection, the sun off the windows out there in the upper deck in right field. It's a little bit of the extra light on Kendrys Morales.
One out, runner at third. 3-2. Walked it. Let's check in with Angie Mente.
Guys, thanks so much. And next week, the Mariners hit the road to face Boston and Baltimore. Tonight, those two teams facing each other. And John Lackey having all kinds of problems with Adam Jones. In the first inning, Jones launches a 2-run shot. And then in the 5th, Jones goes deep again. Home runs number 21 and 22 for Adam Jones. The Orioles snap a 3-game losing streak with a 6-0 win. Guys?
All right, Angie, thank you very much. Boy, those Baltimore Orioles started the day with 137 home runs, most in the major leagues. Look at the American League East. Rays just beat the Yankees a few minutes ago. There's Kyle Seager. Got the Mariners' first hit, a one-out single to right field in the second inning. Mariners threatening here in the fourth.
Kyle Seager off to a tremendous start this year, hitting .291, 16 home runs, 47 RBIs. I think what's impressed me most about him is we've seen a consistency. He's had a number of long streaks, and he doesn't kind of go down into the valley, so to speak, after the streak is over.
He cools off for a little bit, then he's right back at it. I mean, he's got a 16-game hitting streak. He just recently had a 15-game hitting streak. Look at his numbers across the board, and it's steady every day. Leader in batting average, games, at bats, runs, hits, total bases, doubles, and just off the pace by one in walks to Justin Smoak for the team leader's pitch. Walked by Butera.
I came walking through the clubhouse last week and walked in, and it was early. It was probably about 2:30 or so, and just saw Kyle and Raul Ibanez just sitting there talking about hitting. And I walked away going, you know, that's exactly what the Mariners wanted to happen. Young guys, young left-handed hitter like a Kyle Seager, being able to pick the brain of a veteran left-hander like Raul.
Tell you what, Kyle was smart, because he got on that train in spring training.
Yes, he did. You know, you want to be successful, be around successful people. Find out what they're doing, why they're doing it, and then start to apply it to your own routine day after day and keep that consistency. And I think that's why we're seeing what we're seeing from Kyle Seager.
2-2 pitch, hit foul.
Kyle getting that bat head out in front on that fastball on the inside part of the plate. You've seen that back speed on the inner half that he can handle.
Swing and a miss. He got fooled on that one. First strikeout for Diamond. 2 outs here in the fourth.
Diamond had continually pounded Kyle with fastballs. This time he comes with a little off-speed breaking ball. The ball bounces right on the plate. Typically, those are the toughest ones to not swing at because they're in the zone, but they're just down. Typically, if it's inside or outside, you can lay off it. But when it's in that zone, your mind says swing, and then it just disappears.
Yeah, it's tough. If Smoak can get a 2-out RBI here. On the season, Smoak hitting .210, runners in scoring position. Tampa Bay continues its outstanding play. 10-6 winners at New York. Soriano in his second debut as a Yankee, 0 for 5 with an RBI and a run scored. Late swing by Smoak. 1-1. Sabathia takes the loss. Give up 7 runs, and Fernando Rodney is 25th save. Tampa Bay taking the lead in the American League East over Boston. It's lost, as Andrew told you, 6-0 at Baltimore.
Diamond not giving in to Justin Smoak, kind of pitching around the strike zone. Clearly with 2 out, the right-handed Justin Smoak. You've got Dustin Ackley up on deck. This is with the time when a pitcher wants that hitter to go outside the strike zone. Get a little over anxious trying to drive in that run.
1-2.
There's another pitch that was down and away. Justin has shown a great discipline up at the plate. He leads the team in bases on balls.
Breeze picking up here at Safeco Field. 1-2 to Smoke with runners at the corners and 2 out. It's blocked by Butera. 2-2.
His glove saving a beauty right there. Sometimes that's the only chance that you have as a catcher. You start throwing that ball a little bit too far out in front. You can't block that pitch because you never know where it's going to bounce. But Butera makes a nice glove save right there and saves a run.
Wind blowing in from center field. 2-2. Pitch. Outside, full count. Justin Ackley's on deck.
Where when you're on third base, you're looking to be aggressive. Anything in the dirt might have a chance to get away from Butera. Nick Franklin getting a good lead down there at third base.
3-2 pitch. Shot fair. Throwing over to first is Jimmy Carroll, and that'll do it for the Mariners. They get no runs on 1 hit, no errors, and 2 left. To the 5th we go. Sports being brought to you by Puget Sound Acura dealers. Visit your Puget Sound Acura dealers to test drive the extremely new MDX. How about Bend, Oregon? It takes its name from the Farewell Bend of the Deschutes River, which flows through the center of town. Now, Mirror Pond, it was created in the early 1900s, and of course, the Deschutes Brewery has borrowed that name for its famous pale ale. Clay Thomas, Aaron Hicks, Drew Butera here in the 5th inning against Felix Hernandez. Felix with 4 strikeouts, no walks. He has 1 wild pitch. Giving up 2 hits, 1 in the first. The leadoff man, Brian Dozier, started the ballgame with a base hit to left. And then a 2-out single in the 4th by Ryan Doumit. Ahead 0-2. Swing and a miss. Struck him out. 5 strikeouts for Felix, to the delight of Kings Court. Also at the ball game tonight, in addition to Gary Payton, legendary sportscaster Brent Musburger.
He's been around a while.
You're looking live at Brent Musburger at a Mariner game. Here's Aaron Hicks. Struck out looking at a 3-2 pitch. This one popped up, playable. Here comes Raul. Ryan peels off, and the catch made by Raul. 2 down.
Well, I can't say that I blame Aaron Hicks for swinging at that first pitch. After watch, Felix has been just dissecting the lineup by the Minnesota Twins. Raul coming in a long way to come and get this fly ball. Made some nice plays. Caught one out over his shoulder in left center field. Caught one down the left field line, and this time had to come in towards third base.
He has been busy. Brings up Drew Butera, struck out on a 1-2 pitch. I like Felix moving guys off the plate like that.
He's not comfortable at bat, even if he isn't throwing that ball in on you.
Right.
Because nothing he throws is straight. So I don't think anyone goes up there going, you know, I think I got a chance against this guy.
Get an extra toe hold, right?
And everybody's just grinding when they go up there.
2-0. Butera back with the ball club. Last night his first game back. Down to Seager. Plays the hop beautifully. Easy inning. 7 pitches for Felix. Getting some runs. No score here in the 5th. Five strikeouts. Time for the AT&T trivia question. Who made his professional debut with the Bend Rainbows of the Northwest League in 1971? Ozzie Smith, Reggie Jackson, Kurt Russell, or Jim Bouton?
I think I know this one.
Kurt Russell, right?
No, my guess is the Bend team, if we're going back in the 70s, was with the Oakland Athletic Organization. So I'm going to say Reggie Jackson. Although, wait, Reggie went from Arizona State. He probably didn't go to A-ball.
He did debut, I'm told. Curtis gave me a hint that he did debut in the Northwest League. Here's Ackley to lead it off. Both Felix and Diamond been stingy, each giving up 2 hits.
I'm going to go with the kind of the crazy choice there, Kurt Russell.
That's what I'm going with. Absolutely. Line drive. It'll get down. Base hit for Ackley. Nice to see him stinging the ball.
Boy, coming into that at-bat, hitting .223. And just laces this one right back up the middle. I mean, we're starting to see Dustin Ackley get much more aggressive up at the plate. This is a pitch, good location, down, out over the plate, but he stays on the ball and stays through the baseball. I think that's where the big improvements have been made in Dustin Ackley's swing. He's not coming off that ball and rolling over on it.
See if Brendan Ryan can get him into scoring position. Jamie Carroll at third in on the grass. Ryan does not show bunt, takes ball one. Fans agreeing with us on Kurt Russell.
Kurt Russell was known as a very legitimate prospect before he tore his rotator cuff.
All right, and child actor in the Disney at the Disney studio.
The old rotator cuff.
Yeah. So it's nothing but trouble. Surgery has improved markedly since 1971. I'll tell you that.
They didn't have the railroad tracks.
That's right.
Nowadays. Now they just kind of go in there with the scope.
And my oldest son had both of his done.
Really?
Yeah, man. But he's playing ball. I mean, he's hooping it up and everything. He's doing all right.
And I kind of wonder back in the 20s, 30s, 40s, 50s, maybe even 60s, was that just a dead arm when you tore your rotator cuff?
You spit on it. See in 4 days. Yeah, I mean, I know from my wife being a physical therapist and seeing some of the things that, that she's done and people she's worked on, that industry, I mean, the medicine and science is just phenomenal, benefiting guys like you.
Yes.
Extending careers for significant lengths of time. The 1-1 to Ryan. Fouls it off.
My older brother, one of my older brothers, was a football player, and he tore his ACL his last high school football game. And we had Woody Hayes at my house. They had just won the national championship the year before.
68, 69-ish.
And they were like, oh, don't worry about it. Everyone's had major surgery. Well, he went in, had some issues with it, and he was paralyzed from his knee down. And later on, as my career played out, I had torn my MCL. I had 4 knee surgeries on meniscus. But you're completely right. The medical industry is absolutely miraculous.
Yeah. Well, he would have played on some good teams if he had gone to Ohio State at the time. It sounds like you're talking 68, 69-ish.
Yeah. No, this was the next round. It would have been like 72.
Okay.
I think he graduated in 1972.
He'd been right behind probably John Brockington. I think had just graduated at thereabouts within a year or two. 2-2 here to Ryan, trying to get this runner to second base. Nobody out.
Yeah, we just got to get them to think about how they can make that hamate heal a little bit quicker for Mike Zunino.
Boy, I'm telling you. Just joining us, Mike Zunino. On 15-day DL, hamate bone broken in his left hand. Humberto Quintero, veteran catcher, called up. And as you know, Zunino has been playing some outstanding ball. There you go. 29 games in Zunino. He hurt the hamate last night on a base hit.
Yeah, Mike hitting 242. Higher than he hit down in AAA. There's a look at Humberto Quintero.
Started out the season with the Phillies as their opening day catcher.
Quintero, an 11-year veteran. Came up with the San Diego Padres back in 2002. They'll be sharing time with Henry Blanco behind the plate until Mike Zunino is back healthy again.
2-2 here to Ryan. Off the fist, Florimon. They get the one, dropped. Oh, they call him out. They say he was on the transfer. The out was made. Second base umpire Chris Guccione and Robbie Thompson, who knows a lot about playing second base, bolted out of the dugout.
Yeah, I don't think Dozier ever had control of that baseball right there. Looked like he was still looking for the bag as he was reaching for the ball from the feed from the shortstop. Florimon. Robbie trying to break it down right there. But I think he has a legitimate argument right here. Take a look at this. Here's the little underhanded feed by Florimon. Now take a look at the ball. It never stays inside that baseball glove. There's never real control as that ball comes sliding out. His hand never gets on the baseball.
You and Robbie present a fine case.
That's a shame right there. His eyes, it looked like, this ball never gets transferred, never gets caught.
Oh, boy, that view right there.
It looks like it got caught in the web and just got pushed straight down to the ground.
That's a tough break.
I think oftentimes umpires are so conditioned just to call the neighborhood play or the transfer. It was on the transfer that he dropped it.
Blanco, that's going to dunk in, base hit. Motoring to third, making it easily is Ryan. So Henry Blanco with a base hit. Henry got a RBI double to left center field last evening.
This is just a grenade right here by Henry Blanco. This ball hit off his fist. He's looking up. This ball goes out towards right field. Just barely gets past the dirt in shallow right. Again, you go back to that play at second base. That could cost the Mariners a run right there. Their first opportunity to get on the board.
So runners at the corners here. One out, top of the order, and Jason Bay. Flied out, or fouled out to the right fielder, and grounded out to short. Drilled, left field line, foul ball.
Looked like Jason was ready for that cutter on the inside part of the plate. He was all over that pitch from Diamond. That ball just hooking down the left field line. Looked like it was fouled by about a foot before it bounces into the Kings' court down there in left field.
Ron Culpa, the third base umpire. Best threat by the Mariners so far against Scott Diamond. He and Felix Hernandez matching zeros. 0-2 here to Bay.
Jason right here looking for something up out over the plate that he can drive to the big part of the yard. He's got good speed over at third base in Brendan Ryan. Well, he doesn't need to hit it that deep to be able to bring Brendan Ryan home.
Outside. 1-2.
Diamond approaching Jason Bay much like we saw him approach Justin Smoak in that last at bat, just pitching around the strike zone.
Foul back. The way these two pitchers are going, first could be one of those games. First team to one wins.
Both guys have done an excellent job out there on the mound. Mariners looking for that one mistake right here from Scott Diamond.
1-2. Taken for ball two. Nick Franklin's on deck. Nick with a ground rule double his last time up. 2 balls, 2 strikes to Jason Bay. Dribbled foul.
Diamond continues to come after Jason Bay with that cutter. We have not seen him throw anything else to Jason Bay in this at bat.
Little leaguers from Trail, British Columbia. Jason Bay's hometown. These kids are his guests tonight. Slow roller, third base, foul ball. Got off a Bay's foot. Big guy there with the glasses. Coach of the team. He grew up, played ball with Jason Bay.
It's great to see Jason stay close to the folks that he grew up with back there in Trail.
Good Friday night crowd here. Felix Hernandez against Scott Diamond. Mariners playing some good ball. They've won 9 of the last 10, trying to get to 500. They're 49 and 53. 2-2 to Bay. Fly ball, short left field. Tagging is Ryan. Clete Thomas, the left fielder. Ryan will hold. There's 2 outs now. Tomorrow night, it marks the annual Baseball Tomorrow Equipment Fund Drive at Safeco Field. Mariners take on the Twins. Actually at 1:10 p.m. Don't forget that 1:10 start time. Fans are encouraged to donate new or gently used baseball and softball gear to benefit the Boys and Girls Clubs of King County. Donations will be accepted at all Safeco Field gates. Mariners, thank you for sharing the game of baseball with children in our local community. Well, Mariners need Nick Franklin to be a 2-out hero here. Mariners at the corners. Nick flied out to left and doubled down the left field line. A ground rule double so far tonight.
First time we've seen Scott Diamond come with a breaking pitch on the first pitch of the at-bat.
Line drive, base hit, 1-0 Mariners. Nick Franklin coming through. Ryan scores. And they got Felix Hernandez, a 1-0 lead. 2 outs here in the 5th. Nice job by Nick Franklin picking up his 28th RBI.
Well, you got to just love the approach of Nick Franklin as he steps up there, takes the first pitch curveball, and then just serves his cutter on the outside part of the plate right back through the middle. Doesn't try to pull it, just takes it what he's given from Diamond and laces it right back through the middle for an RBI single.
Bronco down to second. Here's Raul. He did go. This is Phil Cousins, strike 1. All 0 for 2. A ground out to first. And a ground out to first in the 4th inning as well. Here's the 0-1. Strike 2 to Raul.
Nick Franklin over at first base right after the base hit was given a little wrist guard that he puts on his left hand. The reason for that is oftentimes when guys go into a slide, they'll put that left hand down and you can jam it. So it forces that left hand and that wrist to stay away from bending too much. Just think about all the times that the guys have to slide 10, 15, 20 times where you're just pounding that wrist down and could cause some issues while you're swinging the bat. But just a good precautionary measure for those base runners.
2 men aboard, 2 outs for Raul Ibanez. He's got a 1-2 count. Rumbles 1 down to Morneau. Feeds to Diamond. That'll do it. But the Mariners do take the lead on an RBI by Nick Franklin. 1-0 Seattle. All right, good stuff. Time now for AT&T Trivia Question. We revisit. He made his professional debut with the Bend Rainbows in the Northwest League in '71. Dave Valley and I both went with Kurt Russell. Fans rolled with Kurt Russell as well. Survey says, indeed, Kurt Russell. Ozzie Smith with the Walla Walla Padres in '77. And Reginald Martinez Jackson in Lewiston with the Broncos in '66 out of Arizona State.
Had a tremendous career down as a Sun Devil.
Was that Jim Brock was his coach, I believe.
Yeah, Jim Brock was there for a long time. Former Mariner Alvin Davis played for Jim Brock.
Felix with the lead now. First pitch to Pedro Florman, the shortstop, batting in the 9 holes off the plate for ball 1. Florman, Dozier, and Carroll. Strike 1 to Pedro. Felix with 5 strikeouts, giving up 2 hits, no walks. Nasty. I mean, he got no chance. 1 and 2.
And we've seen this from the first inning on. He just has great command of every one of his pitches. At any time, he's got that confidence that he can flip that curveball in, throw the changeup, or spot the fastball.
1-2. Buried it, spiked it. Here's Blanco throwing down. That'll complete the out. Strikeout number 6 for Felix. 1 down here in the top of the 6th. This copyrighted telecast is presented by authority of the Seattle Mariners and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form. And the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the Seattle Mariners. Nice to be joined by Dave Valley tonight. Mike Blowers with the evening off. And we're treated tonight. It's always a treat when Felix pitches, but when he's on, it's ridiculous.
It's just watching one of the great pitchers in this game do his thing, perform his craft.
6 strikeouts as he backs off Dozier. Minnesota Twins come in with a record of 43 up, 56 down, 12 games behind Detroit starting today. 4th place in the Central Division. Two and 1. Oakland at home leads the Angels 4-2 top of the 5th. Get a strike. 2-2. Kings Court's been on its feet a lot tonight. Here's the 2-2. Ground ball. Ryan surrounds it. Throws over to Smoke. 2 down. Brad Miller getting tonight off. Brad struggling at the plate of late. 1 for his last 16. Looking to take a trip this summer? Well, consider a trip around the Safeco Field bases. That's right. This Sunday, all youngsters 14 and under will be invited down onto the field following the game against these Twins at 110. Pick up your one-way ticket around the Safeco Field bases. Log on to Mariners.com. Ball 1 to Jamie Carroll. A couple of ground outs tonight for Jamie.
Felix pitch total now at 60. 41 of those have been for strikes. Been falling behind the last inning or two, a little bit more than he was in the previous 4 innings.
3-0. I have Felix for just his second 3-ball count tonight. Mr. Morno's on deck. Ring one. Felix gave up a game-beginning base hit to Brian Dozier. Then he retired. The next 11 men he faced before giving up a base hit. Charging, and a nice scoop by Seager. Quick release, throws him out. Economical inning. 1-2-3. Go the Twins. Mariners and Felix Hernandez with a 1-0 lead. Kendrys Morales coming up, followed by Kyle Seager and Justin Smoak here at Safeco Field.
In that last inning, take a look at Felix's reaction right here. This is a fastball he throws on a 2-0 count. Felix thinks it's a strike. He kind of pauses, looks, takes a look, and gets something back from the umpire. Now, once that inning is over, this is what you can do when you're a veteran. Hey, let's talk about this.
Yeah,
okay, now where did you have that pitch? Really inside? I kind of thought that was right on the corner. I need to have that next time. Can you give it to me? I mean, that's where that veteran presence. When you want a Cy Young, you can do stuff like that.
And I know you were probably one of the most foremost lobbyists during your time, right?
You've got to. That's part of the job description.
Amen. Off the glove of Diamond. Takes his time, throws out Morales. Phil Cuzzy, the home plate umpire.
So they're having some good conversation there. Okay, a little levity at the end.
That's always a good sign.
He's going to get that pitch next time.
Hey, sense of humor.
You know what? The thing about umpires, if they're human beings, just like the players out there, if you treat them with respect and you question something with respect, there's not a problem. It's when you try to show them up, when you raise your voice or you're yelling. You know, Felix, I think, has learned that art of working with the umpires and talking with them.
Here's Kyle Seager. Honey, vinegar. Who wins?
I'll take honey, please.
Thank you. 1-2 night here for Seager. Base hit to right, back in the second inning. Mike and Bolton were up here the other day. We got to talking about
what umpires. Was Jay talking about?
Oh, everything. but we get to talk about umpires and dealing with them, and they were telling stories about Derwin Merrill Boys,
yeah.
boys, couple of Hall of Famers out there swinging the bat. But I was wondering, they said that he was one of their favorites in terms of guys talking to an umpires. How about you? I mean, you
nonstop for 9 innings. We would be talking. It was about everything but baseball. He was from Oklahoma. He was a hunter, and I was a city boy.
Right.
So I just started asking him questions about hunting. Hey, tell me about what'd you catch last winter? As if I was really interested, which I really wasn't. But it was kind of entertaining the way he would tell his stories.
Shortstop, Florimon, underneath it.
But Durwood had a saying,
right.
If there was a close pitch, and he'd go, Hall of Fame pitch, Davey. That was a Hall of Fame pitch. And then a couple of times, if that's Nolan Ryan, okay, I get it, Hall of Famer, yeah. But there were times when he'd give that Hall of Fame pitch to someone who wasn't a Hall of Famer, and you're like, okay, he's not a Hall of Famer. He's not allowed to get that pitch. Felix, he can get that pitch. This guy, not yet.
No.
But he was a lot of fun to work with. A lot of fun. And if you start thinking about as a catcher, you're working in such close quarters with those guys for 3 hours.
Durwood Merrill sadly passed away in 2003. Went to umpiring school at age 34.
He was a good man. Now, I don't know if you remember this, Dave, but he was the first guy. Sharper Image, I think, had come out with this air conditioner that you wore on the neck.
I remember.
He wore it on the baseball field.
Way. There's a high fly ball, deep left center field, going to stay in the yard. Caught by Clete Thomas.
True story.
I believe it. Nothing across for the Mariners. Felix with a 1-0 lead. Jack in the Box. Go to a Jack in the Box near you with Jack's new Big Stack Burger. And by Auburn Volkswagen, Das Auto. How about more notes from Bend, Oregon? Mount Bachelor is a dormant volcano that tops out at 9,068 feet. Located just east of Bend, Oregon, with ski lifts flanking the eastern and northern slopes. It last erupted more than 8,000 years ago and is one of the many remnants of the volcanic activity in Central Oregon. Correction, Bend is east of Mount Bachelor. There's Morneau to lead it off. Felix with 6 strikeouts, 2-hit shutout working. That. Here's the 0-1. It is working. There you go, Dave.
That's really been the equalizer for Felix here tonight. That ability to throw that curveball for a strike. Whether he's in front of the count, behind in the count. He's been able to just drop it in there at will.
Just inside, 1-2.
Tracer has that just inside, off that inside corner. See if he comes back with a little changeup right here after straightening him up with the fastball.
1-2, fouled off.
Felix topped that one at 94. I think that's the hardest pitch he has thrown here tonight.
Yep. 7 career wins, and the offense scores 1 or run or less. My goodness.
But he's hoping for more.
Yeah. Get some insurance tallies, huh? There's a 1-2 in the dirt. Love the enthusiasm of the Kings Court. A bigger section tonight. Sold a lot more tickets this evening. It's like 3 sections out there this evening. He's got a big white, blue and white K up there to stand out. 2-2. Full count. Ryan Doumit on deck. He has one of the 2 hits tonight against Felix. The other one by Brian Dozier.
.69 pitches from now for Felix.
They've turned up the volume at Kings Court right now. 3-2 to Morneau leading off. Pitch. Foul back.
Justin Morneau putting a good bat together against Felix here in the 7th inning. After falling behind, worked the count to 3-2.
Three-two pitch. Breaking ball hit down to Franklin. Easy hop. 1 out.
There's that example of 3-2 count. He comes in with the curveball, gets Morneau to just roll over on it.
Spend a summer evening here at Safeco Field where you're bound to catch an exciting game, a beautiful sunset, all at a great price. Join the Mariners for the next Safeco Insurance Grand Slam Family Package night on Monday, August 5th against the Blue Jays, where each member of the family can pick up a view level seat for only $10. To pick your tickets for affordable summer fun, log on to mariners.com/specials. Breaking ball for strike 1 to Ryan Doumit. Strikeout looking and a base hit to left.
And ball just right on the bottom of the strike zone. Shaking his head. I think he's more shaking his head like, I can't believe this guy throws that pitch for a strike all the time.
Right. 0-1. Oh, just disappeared. 0-2.
So he just threw him 2 different curveballs right there. The first one just kind of getting me over with a lot of movement. That last one a little tighter, a little bit harder, and out of the strike zone.
Here's the 0-2. Going to the Larry chant out in Kings Court.
I wasn't sure if I heard that correctly. that is what they were saying, huh?
Now they're back to the K. Swing and a miss. He struck him out. Strikeout number 7 for Felix Hernandez. 2 down here in the 7th.
Felix starting to rack up the Ks. This is a changeup that moves about 1.5 feet. Take a look at the grip right there. A little circle change. That ball starts tumbling away from Doumit, down and away as he swings right up over the top for strike 3.
Felix catching the Twins at a great time. They're only hitting .226 in the month of July. It's the worst month of the season. .239 in April, .244 in May, .260 in June. And again, take nothing away from Felix, but again, the Twins do not have Joe Mauer or Josh Willingham. Mauer, a .350 hitter career against the Mariners. Here we go again. Felix in charge. 0-2 to Chris Herman. He's 0 for 2 with a ground out and a fly out. Been showing you all the volcanoes. I think this place is going to erupt with another strikeout here.
They want their Ks.
0-2 to Chris Herman. 7 strikeouts, no walks. 1 hit in the first, 1 hit in the fourth. That is it. Nick Franklin's driven in the only run. Here's the 1-2 pitch. Because he had a lot of help, but he wasn't taking it.
Good take by Herman right there. It was a good changeup. Started in the strike zone and tumbled out of it. He was able to hold up his swing.
2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. He struck him out. K number 8 for Felix Hernandez. 7 scoreless innings tonight. That's 31 consecutive scoreless innings against the Minnesota Twins. 1-0 Mariners. Last year, Washington's lottery turned 28.6 million Washingtonians into winning heirs. They could do the same for you. Thanks to Washington's lottery, winning heirs are made daily. Special night. Well, it's always special when the Kings on the mound. Dave Valley joining me here in the booth tonight. Mike Flowers with the night off. And
Friday night.
And
Friday
it's a Friday
night
night
baseball.
Right. And, you know, I just mentioned to Dave, I said, you realize how special it is? We get to watch this guy every 5 days. And you made a great point. He said it must have been like watching Koufax and Drysdale back in the day.
Yeah, I mean, the guys that just can have the ability to dominate every time they go out there with amazing stuff. And I think sometimes you can take it for granted, the fact that you're watching one of the best pitchers in the game of baseball here.
And he's got 8 strikeouts tonight. Has been in total command. And I got to tell you, Scott Nyman has not been a slouch. He's got 1 strikeout, 1 walk, giving up an RBI single. He's held the Mariners to run on 5 hits.
And really scattered those 5 hits. It was a great at-bat by Nick Franklin. Base hit back up the middle that scored the lone run for the Seattle Mariners.
Dustin Ackley leading off. Ryan the following, Blanco after him. 7, 8, and 9.
Scott Diamond now with 95 pitches as he entered into the bottom of the 7th inning.
Down low. Scott Diamond, a 12-game winner last year with Minnesota, 12-9 with 3.54 as you look at some action in the bullpen. You got the left-hander. There's a bouncing ball. Charged by Dozier. Ackley can run, just got him. Get to those bullpen guys in a moment, but first, Angie Menten.
Guys, and I'm going to check in on the Rangers. They were in Cleveland tonight, and the Rangers were down 7-1, but then rallied, took this game to extra innings, tied at 8 in the bottom of the 10th, and Cleveland's Ryan Rayburn ends it. Sends a Jason Frazier pitch over the wall in left field, a 3-run shot, and the Indians knock down, finally, the Indians knock down the Rangers 11-8 in 10 innings. Guys?
All right, thank you, Angie. Oakland still on top in the American League West. Oakland, as we speak, a 4-2 lead, top 6 at home against the Angels. Brendan Ryan, bouncing ball. Florimon. And Morneau can't come up with it. He's 6. Florimon with his 9th error of the season.
Little short hop right there to Justin Morneau, unable to come up with it. And he knows he had plenty of time to get Brendan Ryan over there at first base.
Bring up Henry Blanco, who's 1 for 2. Henry lobbed one over the first baseman's head in a short right field for a base hit in the 5th inning. That helped lead to a run. In the 5th, Ackley singled to center. Ryan hit a ground ball to the shortstop. Chris Guccione, the second base umpire, said that Dozier held on long enough for the out when clearly he didn't maintain control to get the out. He said he was trying to make the play on the transfer.
Very questionable call out there at second base.
Blanco then singles to right. Bay flies out to left. Nick Franklin, a 2-out single to center, scored the only run of the ballgame. Henry's ahead 2-0. Mike Zunino out.
I was just thinking Robbie Thompson might get Brendan Ryan in motion here, trying to get that other guy out there. Pick up an insurance run here in the bottom of the 7th inning.
Ryan's 4 out of 6 in base stealing. Henry Blanco doing the catching. It's Humberto Quintero, who's just signed today with Mike Zunino going on a DL with a hamate bone injury. Blanco to the gap. Hicks can really run. What a catch! Oh, brother! That is big time. Aaron Hicks, outstanding play. 2 down.
We'll be talking about the great athleticism of the young center fielder, Aaron Hicks. And he gets a chance to show it off right here. As your money tree just in time. Aaron Hicks gets a beat on this ball. Leaves his feet. And completely outstretched in the air. Now that is a full out dive right there. Oftentimes you see a guy catch it and then dive.
Right.
This is a dive and a catch.
And a lot of guys don't have that closing speed to even get in position to make that dive. That's how good his speed is. That'll do it for Scott Diamond. Ron Gardenhire comes out to make the change. Mariners have a 1-0 lead. Back with more right after this. to the ball game. Spotlight on Nick Franklin.
Great at bat right here from Franklin. Gets that fastball on the outer half of the plate and just lines it right back through the box. As Brendan Ryan comes in to score the Mariners' only run here this evening.
Just saw a spectacular catch made by young Aaron Hicks. Take away extra bases from Henry Blanco. It's 2 down now. And new pitcher is Jared Burton. 32-year-old right-hander from Westminster, South Carolina. Minor league free agent signee back in November of 11. Crowd reacting to guy and the fans having a good time on Mariner Vision. Endy Chavez will pinch hit for Jason Bay. Fans rocking out the sounds of Pitbull. Having a good time here, having a party. Mariners and Felix lead 1-0. Endy Chavez is a pinch hitter. 1 for 3 with a home run. That was in Cleveland. Ball 1.
Jared Burton, little sinker slider pitcher. Fastball around 89, 90 miles an hour. Relies on that movement of that two-seam fastball.
Off the end of the bat. Burton's been around. Been with the Reds in 07, 8, 9, and 10. And into the 11 season. And this is second year with Minnesota.
Been doing a good job for Ron Gardenhire. He hasn't allowed a run in 9 consecutive appearances. Only given up 4 hits and 2 walks during that span.
Brendan Ryan, the runner at first by way of an error by shortstop Pedro Flormont.
Like putting him in motion right here?
Absolutely.
I'm with you.
Swing and a miss by Andy. 1 and 2. Chavez got to do some 2-strike hitting here. Ryan had a big lead at first. Pitch. Flips it. Base hit. Left field. Ryan digging for third. He's going to make it easily. Endy Chavez going to second. A double for Endy with 2 outs here in the 7th inning. What's not to like about Endy Chavez, huh?
Endy just serving this pitch down that left field line. This pitch is out of the strike zone. Endy strides towards the pitch and then just kind of reaches out and flips his ball right over the head of the third baseman down the left field line. Brendan Ryan coming around from first base is held up at third as that ball is cut off down into the corner. Mariners now have a chance to add a couple of insurance runs with Nick Franklin up at the plate.
Here, Endy Chavez with his 10th double of the season. Coming off the bench to get it done. Franklin looks at strike 1. Actually counted for the only run tonight. He's got a 2-hit evening, 2 for 3.
There's the numbers for Burton. 1 and 6 with a 3.45 ERA. He's given up 3 home runs this season.
Franklin, center field. Here comes Hicks. Ball died on him, and he hung in there to make the play. The wind playing some tricks, but Hicks, terrific runner, great athlete, puts it away. Mariners strand 2. Felix with a 1-0 lead. by Head and Shoulders with a hint of Old Spice.
Felix has just been outstanding here tonight from the first pitch of the ball game. Just had command of every one of his pitches. The good two-seamer, a four-seamer, a curveball, and that tremendous changeup that we've seen him get so many strikes with because of that great movement right there. That ball starts in the strike zone and then just drops on out. You've seen a lot of these Minnesota Twins just waving at these pitches from the King.
Line drive center field. Ackley has the plate on a hop. Clete Thomas, leadoff single here in the 8th.
Clete Thomas not wasting any time. He knows he doesn't want to get behind in the count to Felix. So he jumps on that first offering. Fastball up, out over the plate. Line drive landing just in front of Dustin Ackley out there in center field.
Andy Chavez, who pinch hit for Jason Bay, takes a spot in right field. So the outfield, Ibanez, Ackley, and Chavez left to right respectively.
See if Aaron Hicks is going to be bunting.
We're talking about the lost art of bunting for a base hit. How about sacrifices? We talk about all the time. It's not good in this game anymore.
Well, Ron Gardenhire is a guy who's always built his ball club on fundamentals. There's a situation right there. Aaron Hicks is called on to bunt, gets a strike, and doesn't even offer at it.
Hicks does lead the team with 4 sacrifices.
Ooh, that could have been a strike right there. Curveball from Felix on a little backdoor curveball.
July ERA 1.02. Mariners record 1.19 by Bill Kruger at 91. That's for the month of July.
I was catching Billy back then in 1991.
Great stuff. Bunt foul, 1-2. Advantage Felix.
Gardenhire knowing that you don't have many chances against Felix.
He's not happy.
No, he's definitely not happy. He's wanting to get somebody in scoring position in hopes that they might be able to dump something out there and drive in a tying run. Now Aaron Hicks is standing 1-2 against Felix.
Ryan and Seager in close.
They're thinking he may bunt one more time.
1-2. Strike 3 called. Strikeout number 9 for Felix Hernandez.
Boy, Felix just freezes Aaron Hicks right here. Felix throws that curveball, just buckles him. Hicks unable to pull the trigger. Another curveball for a strike at will from Felix Hernandez here tonight.
Ron Gardenhire going to go to a pinch hitter now.
A little discussion out there. Henry Blanco, Felix Hernandez, and Brendan Ryan.
Chris Colabello is going to pinch hit. Pinch hit for Drew Butera. Colabello DH last night, went 1 for 3. There's Felix's work tonight.
85 pitches, very frugal. Even with all those strikeouts.
Ground ball, Franklin turned to Ryan, over to Smoke, double play! Felix threw 8. 1-0 Mariners, another gem by the King. He's 3 outs away from his first complete game of the 2013 season. being brought to you by CenturyLink, your link to what's next. By BNSF Railway, the engine that connects us. And by Linwood Honda. Experience the difference. How about Crater Lake National Park, located in southern Oregon with an average depth of 1,148 feet. It's the third deepest lake in the world. Crater Lake was formed following the eruption of Mount Mazama 7,700 years ago, an event that covered nearly all of Oregon and Washington with ash and pumice rock.
That is so beautiful. It almost looks fake.
That is really gorgeous.
It's spectacular.
Raul Abanya is going to lead off here in the 8th. The king plus Raul equals turkey leg. Yeah, buddy.
I like it.
Eric Burton came on in the 7th, gave up a double to Indy Chavez, and then retired Franklin to end the threat. He's on a relief of Scott Diamond. And now we've got in right field Chris Colabello. He's out in right field. And then a new pitcher is Caleb Thielbar. He's the third pitcher tonight. And Chris Herman has gone from right field to catcher. Colabello, he stays in the game in right field. Drew Butera is out. Ball and 2 strikes to Ibanez. Raul strikes out. This is as good a double play as you want to see, Dave Valley.
No question about it. Take a look at Nick Franklin, how quickly he catches this ball, takes one step and does a 180 spin and throws a perfect strike to Brendan Ryan. And Brendan, of course, takes that very quick snap throw to first. You think Felix is excited? My goodness.
Can't beat the energy and passion that man brings to the game.
Well, Felix with only 86 pitches. He'll be going into the 9th inning. Kendrys Morales 0 for 2 here this evening. Walked back in the 4th.
Early run of the ball game, and Nick Franklin 2-out single in the 5th. Hearing his name a lot tonight, eh, Dave?
He's been getting the job done. I tell you, he's just been so impressive since day one of him showing up here in the big leagues. The way he carries himself. Very confident young man, confident in his abilities. He's been doing it both with the glove and with the bat. Every once in a while you saw Kendry just shaking his head right there. He got a pitch that he felt like he should have driven, and instead he fouled it off.
1-2. And that one's held on by Herman. Strikeout. 2 up, 2 down via the strikeout here against Caleb Thielbar. MLB.TV celebrates 11 years. Catch all the second half action in HD quality. Watch every out-of-market game live on more than 350 mobile and connected devices. Visit MLB.TV today. MLB.TV, baseball everywhere. And that's how you can see tomorrow's game. We will not be with you tomorrow on Root Sports, but we're back on Sunday. Kyle Seager files one back. Fouls one back. Kyle tonight, a base hit to right, a strikeout, and a pop-up.
Kyle's average at 289, 16 home runs, and 47 RBIs. Good looking numbers right there.
Another Felix Hernandez masterpiece. 1-1 to Seager. Fouls it off.
Felix getting a little rest right here before he comes out for the 9th inning. That's where the good ones are able to just close the games out late in the ball game.
Good battle here.
I'm still looking for some insurance runs here in the bottom of the 8th.
Oh, 2 strikes. Off the plate.
That's a good take right there by Kyle. He's been trying to get himself to stay back. He recognized that curveball from Thielbar. Able to just spit on it.
2-2. Oh, right in the box of club president Chuck Armstrong.
Was Chuck ducking? Or did he snatch that?
I think he's there. He wasn't sitting at his seat, and he's way. Way to go, Chuck! He wasn't right at his seat, but he was right there. Just waved to the fans. 2-2. What a battle this is! Pitch number 8 coming up.
Kyle's fouled off some tough ones. Thielbar trying to throw everything up there at Kyle. The curveball, the fastball in, fastball away.
Boy, oh boy. Shows you the toughness of Kyle Seager, which we get to see every day.
Fans starting to show that appreciation for this quality at bat from Kyle.
Big time AB. Little looper. That's going to be enough to get down. Yes, sir. Base hit. Got it in the old triangle. Base hit. Kyle Seager with 2 outs here in the 8th inning. Check in with Angie Menting.
Guys, what an at-bat. Well, coming up in a couple of days, we have got a true Sunday night classic. I feel like I need some funky 70s music to tell you about this. This Sunday at 9 o'clock, Root Sports will bring you the 1979 All-Star Game played in the Kingdom. From Mariner, Bruce Bochte's RBI single to Dave Parker's famous throw. It's the Kingdom, baseball's best players, and a look back at baseball on television 34 years ago. Guys, there's been a lot of changes since then. The 1979 All-Star Game, Sunday night at 9.
Wow. That's good stuff. Look forward to checking that out. Grew up a National League fan. I was rooting hard for the NL that day when Parker threw to Gary Carter. What a throw.
That was pretty amazing out there. The Cobra unleashed just a laser beam to Gary Carter at home. Kingdom in all of its glory that night. I believe that was the 50th All-Star game, correct?
Yes, indeed it was. Smoke trying to get a 2-out knock here. 0-1. Left field for Thomas. Felix Hernandez will be coming out to get his first complete game of the season, 24th of his career. It's been a beauty tonight. He struck out 9. He'll face 9, 1, and 2 in the order. Gotta love that guy. Felix Hernandez, first pitch with Florimon fouled off. That double play was fantastic to end the 8th inning. Nick Franklin started it. Nick also drove in the only run of the ball game back in the 5th. Dave Sims, Dave Valley with you here at Safeco Field. 1-0. Felix scoring for his first CG of the season. Now Larry Bernandez, the alter ego of Mr. Hernandez. They love that character. Kings Court has been quite vocal tonight, and good reason. 9 Ks for Felix. Here's a strike, 1 and 2. Florimon tonight, a fly out to left and a strikeout.
Curveball still sharp here in the 9th inning.
Felix's last 9-inning shutout last August 27th at Minnesota. 1-0 win on an Eric Thames home run. Here's the 1-2. Crowd of 23,162 tonight. Sounds like it's been about twice as many folks.
90 pitches now for Felix here in the bottom of the 9th inning. But still plenty of gas left in the tank.
Kings Court is rocking. The 1-2. A humpback liner for a base hit. Tying runs aboard. Minnesota had a leadoff single in the 8th. Pivotal play. Aaron Hicks doesn't get the bunt down.
Yeah, Aaron Hicks. After you take a look at Florimon getting jammed right here, just serves it out there softly into shallow left field. Leadoff runner aboard.
Mariners have turned one double play that ended the 8th. Top of the order, Brian Dozier.
Felix looking for another one right here. Kyle Seager in over at third. And field at double play depth.
Punt is in order. It's laid down. Felix will take it. Throws to Franklin. And the sacrifice executed by Dozier. Sacrifice 1-4.
Felix and Henry Blanco talking. Looks like the Minnesota Twins are going to have a pinch hitter right here. Trevor Plouffe coming in to hit for Jamie Carroll. Felix and Henry Blanco getting on the same page on how they're going to attack Trevor Plouffe right here.
Plouffe last night 0 for 4, struck out 3 times. Iwakuma got him twice. Always tough trying to get the final 3 outs, whether you're a starter going for the complete game or the closer. No action right now in the Mariner bullpen. This is Felix's baby.
Trevor Plouffe 1 for 3 lifetime against Felix. He's hitting .250, 10 home runs and 36 RBIs.
Strike 1 to Trevor.
How do you like that, coming into pinch hit and you get to see Uncle Charlie first pitch? Thank you very much.
Minnesota 0 for 3, runners in scoring position with 2 left. Mariners 1 for 7. Runners in scoring position with 8 left on base. Here's the 0-1 to Plouffe. Swing and a miss. 0-2.
Still a lot of action on every pitch that Felix is throwing. Little 2-seamer fastball down and in. The bottom just dropping out of it. Kings Court looking for another.
He's got Plouffe 0-2. Liner, that's a tough one. That's going to get it done. We got a tie ball game. Trevor Plouffe off the knuckles, muscles one in the center field for a run-scoring base hit to tie it up at 1-1.
Yeah, I thought Felix was going to come in with the curveball right here. This time he comes in with that 2-seamer as Plouffe jams himself, but strong enough to fight it off over the infield.
It was on an 0-2 pitch.
Little bloop single right here. Ends up knocking in Florimon for the tying run.
stirring now in the Mariner bullpen. Justin Morneau, the hitter. Strike one. Tom Wilhelmsen up, and Charlie Furbush warming up for the Mariners. Fouled into Blanco's glove. 0-2.
Felix now with 11 pitches here this inning. 97 total.
Run on 7 hits for the Mariners. Run on 5 hits and an error for Minnesota. 0-2. He did go. Morneau's gone. 2 outs. Strikeout number 10 for Felix Hernandez. His third double-digit strikeout performance this season.
Another good two-seamer right here. Starts at the knees. And Morneau unable to hold up. Felix gets one more punch out here.
Felix with 12 back on April 17th against Detroit in a no decision. 11 against Pittsburgh in a no decision here at Safeco Field June 26th. 10 strikeouts. Here's Ryan Doumit. Give him ball for strike one. Looking ahead to the Mariners' ninth. Ackley, Ryan, and Blanco. 7, 8, 9 scheduled. They all have a chance to make Felix a winner. One of the dangerous hitters, a strike two. Hit a walk-off homer to beat the Mariners in Minnesota earlier this season. Felix ahead with an 0-2 count. Felix 0-2 to Ryan Doumit. Down low. 1-2. Big Tom and Charlie Furbush throwing in earnest now.
Pitch count now at 101 for Felix Hernandez.
Ball 2 strikes, trying to end it right here. Good job by Blanco to keep it in front. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Inning started with Florimon. Bleeder base hit the center. They sacrifice him over. Plouffe with a bleeder RBI ties it at 1-1, scoring Florimon from second. Glenn Perkins in the foreground. Is their closer. He's having a nice year as a closer. Casey Fine about to start throwing. 2-2. Swung on and missed. Strikeout number 11 for Felix Hernandez. Get him a win here. Bottom of the ninth coming up in a 1-1 game. Ackley, Ryan, and Blanco coming up. time in the last 11 games. Hey, we've learned that girls just want to have fun, so the Mariners have added another EQC Girls Night Out this season. Join us August 23rd. We bring back a great deal to catch Mariner baseball with your girlfriends. For $25, you're going to get a select main level ticket, a T-shirt, and a drink, or upgrade to the Terrace Club for $10 more. To take part in the great deal, log on to Mariners.com/girls. Trevor Plouffe stays in the game at third base. And Felix is done, angry with himself. Pitch selection, your former catcher, Dave Valley. Your thoughts on that?
Well, obviously, he's going back and second guess everything. But, Trevor Plouffe threw that first pitch for a curveball for a strike. Got him to 2 strikes with the fastball. It would have been nice to just see what he would have done with another curveball down out of the strike zone like he'd been throwing all night long. But again, hindsight is 20/20.
Yep.
Easy for us to say that because it just looked like he was cruising right through this lineup, and he had been all night long. As you take a look at Casey Fine's numbers for the season, 2-2 record. Got an ERA of 2.98. Opponents hitting only 197 off the right-hander.
Well, we've been talking about Ackley's newfound aggressiveness. Let's see what gives here. Takes a strike. 0-1. Ackley with a base hit a second time up. He's 1 for 3. Casey Fine, the 4th Minnesota pitcher tonight. He's in an 0-2 hold. Last pitcher to go 10 innings. And a starter to go 10 innings was Cliff Lee last year. He got a no decision in that one. Strike 3 called, 1 out. And the previous pitcher to that to go 10 innings was Aaron Harang in 2007. Here's Brad Miller. Going to pinch hit for Brendan Ryan. Brad Miller has been struggling of late, but I tell you what, he has brought a tremendous infusion of energy and passion to this ball club, he and Nick Franklin.
And he's got some pop.
Yes, he does.
He's got the ability to hit the ball out of the ballpark.
2 home runs down in Houston. And he is slashing. He'll go up there, swing the bat. It's as good a time as any, Dave Valley, for his first Safeco Field home run.
I am in agreement.
Over the head of the pitcher. Dozier flips and just got him. Two outs.
Good hustle down the line by Brad Miller. His ball not hit very hard. You know it's going to be a bang-bang play. Dozier has to make this play very quickly. And he does, and just barely gets Brad Miller out at first base. Miller coming down on the bag just as that ball goes into the glove.
Blanca way out front. Strike 1. Waved at it 0-2, fooled again. Blanco waves at 3 breaking balls. He's done. We go to extra innings. Twins are 4-6 in extra innings. Mariners are 6-8. A crime to not get Felix a win tonight.
by Jack Link's Beef Jerky all season long. Jack Link's Beef Jerky, feed your wild side. Hi, everyone. Angie Mentink here with you at the Ford Sports Desk. Free baseball for you tonight. Coming up when we eventually do get to the post-game show, we'll look in and around the AL West. We will update you on Mike Zunino and his injury, how long he should be out. We'll check in on Bill's keys to the game. And, guys, we'll also update the Cy Young race. And I just hate to think about this game and how well Felix Hernandez pitched and not get a victory for it.
It is heartbreaking as Felix Hernandez, the ERA leader in the American League, takes his ERA from 2.43 to 2.34, Dave Valley.
Awfully strong numbers from Felix tonight. 9 innings, 5 hits, 1 earned run, 11 strikeouts on a very efficient 103 pitches here tonight for the King. Boy, he was just in command from pitch number 1, Dave, as Charlie Furbush takes over here in the 10th inning. Furbush in 44 games with a 2-4 record. ERA of 3.35, has given up 4 home runs. He's got 57 strikeouts in 40 and a third inning.
Twins 4 and 6 in extra inning games. The Mariners 6 and 8. Charlie's going to face 5, 6, and 7 in the order. Chris Herman, Clete Thomas, Aaron Hicks. Felix with 11 strikeouts, 4 looking, 7 swinging. Elsewhere, top 8 at Oakland, A's 6-2 over the Angels. Texas has lost tonight. Toronto blew out Houston 12-6.
One of the disappointing things as a team is the offense probably feels so bad.
Oh. As well they should.
As well as they've been swinging the baseball bats, not being able to get Felix a few more runs here tonight.
That's tough. Ball 1 to Chris Herman, who's 0 for 3. They capped off a perfect night. Trevor Plouffe tied it up in the 9th. Base hit to center. Charlie Furbush with a strike. Chris Herman tonight ground out to second, fly to center, and a strikeout. Started the game in right field, moved behind the plate late in the game. Breaking ball, swing and a miss.
That's been such a good pitch for Charlie Furbush. The little sweeping slider against the left-handers.
Brad Miller in at shortstop. He pinch hit for Ryan. Takes his place out in the field. Swing and a miss. Charlie Furbush strikes out his first batter. Chris Herman down on strikes. One out here in the 10th.
Comes right after Herman one more time with 2 strikes. Again with this sweeping slider. Starts on the inside part of the plate and just sweeps towards that outside corner. Herman just ends up waving goodbye.
Cleveland beat Texas 11-8 in 11 innings tonight. Ball 1 to Clete Thomas, the left fielder. Ground out to short, strike out, and base hit to center. Erased in a double play. That was in the 8th inning. Drive to right. Indy Chavez right on the scene. 2 down.
Aaron Hicks in that batting average down to 195 with an 0 for 3 here tonight.
He was not high on the favorite list of manager Ron Gardenhire's last time up with the leadoff man aboard with a base hit. He couldn't get a bunt down. He took a called 3rd strike. Next man hit into a double play. That was it for the Twins in the 8th. 2 outs, nobody on. 1-1 to Hicks. It's played by Miller. He knows Hicks can run. Throws him out. Charlie Fairbush. 1-2-3 in the 10th. Indy Chavez will lead it off for the Mariners in the home 10th, followed by Nick Franklin and Raul Ibanez when we get back. Tomorrow for an exciting MLS matchup. Portland Timbers head down to California to take on the San Jose Earthquakes. Tune in for kickoff at 7:30 p.m. Catch all the action only on Root Sports. Rally hats in vogue right now. See if the Mariners pull out a victory here. Felix Hernandez brilliant. Goes 9 innings, a 5-hit, 1-run ball, no walks, 11 strikeouts. Going to get another no decision. There's Indy Chavez to lead it off in the 10th. Indy came in as a pinch hitter with 2 outs in the 7th inning and doubled to left. Stayed on after pinch hitting for Jason Bay. Strike to Indy.
Indy served a nice little double down that left field line. Back in the 7th, there was a pitch down and away. Just kind of reached out and touched it.
Casey Fine, the 4th pitcher tonight. Line drive right at the right fielder. That's Colabello. 1 out. Brings up Nick Franklin.
Well, maybe he could just do it all here tonight.
Why not? Drove in the Mariners' only run. Big 2-out single in the 5th inning.
Did it with the glove as well. Turned a tremendous double play for Felix Hernandez to get out of a tough situation.
Should strike 1. Back with a fly to left. Ground rule double down the left field line. Single to center. And a fly out to center field. Thinking right with you, Dave. 0-2.
It looked like he reached back a little bit for that one.
Yeah, healthy cut. Last night, 3-run homer in the 2nd inning on an 0-2 pitch. He's 0-2 here. Two. Dunsing warming up. We saw him last night. Brian Dunsing. 1-2 to Nick Franklin. 8 swing. He's gone. 2 outs.
Hine has just been a strike throwing machine here. 13 of his 15 pitches are for strikes. This one just a little bit off the plate, and he gets Nick Franklin swinging.
Here comes the Mariners home run leader, Raul Ibanez.
I like that sign right there, Raul Ibanez. That would work right now.
Yes, it would.
Oh, with 24 home runs on the season to go along with 56 RBIs.
Tied with Adam Dunn for 4th place in the American League. Pitch away from him, ball 1.
Eight career walk-off home runs for the left-handed hitter.
Like one Raul. Raul starting tonight tied with Mike Trout for 4th place in slugging percentage in the American League at .556.
Fine, really sting on that outer half of the plate to Raul.
0-2 strikes. Two to Raul. Fouled it off.
I don't think anybody's left here.
I agree. 23,162 this Friday night. Outside, 2-2. Outfield deep. Straight away for Raul. 2-2 pitch. Struck him out. Boy, Casey Fine's been tough. He's faced 6 men. He struck out 4 of them. We continue on to the 11th. Presented by Jack Link's Beef Jerky all season long. Jack Link's Beef Jerky, feed your wild side. Dave Sims and Dave Valley. Mike Flowers with the night off. We're in the 11th inning in a 1-1 game. If you're just coming home, you missed an absolute gem by Felix Hernandez. The Twins, though, come back in the 9th to tie it on a base hit by Florimon, a sacrifice by Dozier, an RBI single by Trevor Plouffe. Now Tom Wilhelmsen here in the 11th.
Tommy taking over. Starting to get that confidence back. Starting to get good command of his fastball and that curveball. I've always felt that for him. being able to get strike one with the fastball is so critical for him. Record of 0-3, a 3.77 ERA. Opponents hitting only 195 off of the right-hander.
First hitter is going to be Chris Colabello. Came on as a pinch hitter in the 8th inning and bounced into a double play that ended the inning. And this crowd fired up. Ball 1 from Tom. Charlie Furbush. To a scoreless 10th inning. 1 strikeout.
Excellent outing by Charlie.
1-1 to count. Colabello in just his 14th game. To the pitch outside, 2-1.
Tommy looking to stay away in the outer half of the plate to Colabello.
Two balls, 2 strike. Colabello to be followed by Flourmont and Dozier, 8, 9, and 1 here in the 11th.
Big healthy cut at that last fastball. Middle part of the plate, just about thigh high. See if Tommy comes to put him away with the curveball right here.
Two and 2. There's a breaking ball, hit foul. Two pitch. Down low. Pedro Flourmont on deck. Got the leadoff single in the 9th and came around and scored the tying run. Payoff pitch. And Blanco holds on. Strikeout for Wilhelmsen. Fine start for him. 1 out here in the 11th.
Good velocity right here from Tommy. 98 miles an hour. This pitch is a little bit off the plate. Colabello barely makes contact. Just a little foul tip. And Henry Blanco able to hold on to strike 3.
13th strikeout of Twins hitters by Mariner pitching tonight. There's Flourmont, 1 for 3.
This is a guy you want to keep off the bases. Good speed.
Off the plate, 1-1. It's diving down in the zone, fouled off. Scott Elger fields it. First base coach, 1-2. Tell you what, the ranks of the Kings Court haven't thinned by too much here tonight. But not at all.
It's still early. Still early here in the evening. Pedro and Diamond make quick work.
1-2. Take down Ron Culpa, did not offer. 2-2.
I meant to say Felix
there you
and
go.
Diamond made quick work.
Yeah, they did. Wilhelmsen 2-2. Back-to-back full counts run by the bartender. Brian Dozier's on deck. Three and two. Right back to Big Tom. Flips the smoke, 2 outs.
Tommy's taking both hitters to the 3-2 count. And both 3-2 pitches. I think we're a little bit outside the strike zone. Both hitters went outside of the strike zone. Giving Wilhelmsen a little bit of help right there.
Top of the order, Brian Dozier. For 3 with a sacrifice.
Fastball Dozier, 97. Fastball, gear it up. Gear it up. Hurry up, gear it up.
Here's the 1-0. From the zone, 2-0. Mariners in the home 11th will have Morales, Seager, and Smoke 4, 5, and 6 coming up. Now we back into the count, 2-1.
Tommy just painting out the bottom of that strike zone to Brian Dozier. Looking to close this inning out and get the Mariners bats back up into the plate.
3-ball counts now by Wilhelmsen. Trevor Plouffe pinch hit single, tied it up in the 9th. Back with a strike, full count. All right, you're calling this game. You're calling for what right here?
Fastball. I need a strike. Stay on the outer half of the plate. Make Dozier hit a nice soft fly ball out there to right field to Andy Chavez.
3-2. Here's the pitch. Fastball buried it. Go ahead, runs the board with 2 outs. That is the first walk issued by Mariner pitching tonight. Brings up Trevor Plouffe. For strike.
It was Trevor Plouffe who came in as a pinch hitter. A little soft line drive out there to center field to drive in the only run for the Minnesota Twins here tonight. Probably the only pitch Felix would like to get back.
Oh, no doubt. Strike 2 to Plouffe. Dozier, the runner at first. The 0-2 pitch. Breaking ball hit foul.
Tommy just doesn't have that good curveball here tonight. That real sharp breaker. That last one to Plouffe just kind of rolling in there. Still stands at 0-2.
Oh, 2 pitch. Came across his body on that one. 1-2.
Wilhelmsen now with 22 pitches here.
Not the mix you're looking for. 11 balls and 11 strikes. 1-2. Runner goes. Got a good break. Fouled back. Top of the ninth at Oakland. A's lead the Angels 6-2. Grant Balfour, their closers in. Angels have 2 on. 1-2 pitch here to Plouffe. Runner goes again. Pitch hung in the air. Line drive caught by Seager. Coming up, a chance to win it in the 11th. Kendrys Morales to be followed by Kyle Seager and Justin Smoak. What a ball game here at Safeco Field. $23,162 on hand on this Friday night. Felix Hernandez threw a brilliant game. Didn't get a lot of run support. Look at this. 260 career starts, 96 games allowing 1 run or less, 64 wins, 28 no decisions, 4 losses, 37% of his starts, 1 run or less. Ouch.
Pretty amazing numbers right there. What we saw was an amazing performance here tonight from Felix.
5 hit, 1 run ball, no walks, 11 strikeouts. We all feel badly he didn't get a win tonight. Kendrys Morales leads off. Ryan Dunsing takes over.
Dunsing, the left-hander, 2-1 with a 4.42 ERA. Thrown 36 innings and he's got 31 strikeouts.
Morales checks a swing. Did not go. Says Quinn Walcott. 2-0.
Dunsing features fastball, curveball, and a changeup. Not an overpowering left-hander.
There's a strike. Morales, a .294 hitter, right-handed. 3 home runs, 15 runs batted in. Left-handed, .272 with 12 homers and 42 runs batted in. 2-1. 3-1 count.
Kendrys Morales, one Mariner that has had a lot of success against left-handers this season. Kyle Seager on deck.
Right field. Colabella coming on, can't get it. Base hit. runs aboard.
See if we might see a pinch runner right here for Kendricks over at first base. Dunsing, a little fastball down and away. Kendricks gets the end of the bat on the ball. Got a little bit of a breeze blowing in from right field. That ball just dies right in front of the right fielder for a base hit.
Only bench player left. Well, two bench players, a new catcher, Humberto Quintera and Michael Saunders. Here's Kyle Seager. Strike one to Kyle. Kyle tonight single to right, strikeout. Popped to short. A great at bat with 2 outs, nobody on in the 8th. 10th pitch is single to center. On to Kyle. Out back. Whew.
Good swing right there.
Yep.
Got a good fastball up out over the plate. Right down Broadway. Kyle just right on this pitch, just fouls it straight back.
Let's go Seager chant going up. 0-2 pitch. Staying alive.
We saw Kyle have a great at-bat in his last at-bat and ended with a little base hit out there to center field. Kept fouling off pitch after pitch. And that hard work was rewarded.
Here's the 0-2. Up high. Ball 2 strikes to Seager. Takes for ball 2.
Good eye right there. Kyle very confident with 2 strikes in the batter's box.
Outfield straight away and deep for Seager. 2-2 pitch. Off speed pitch. Morneau. Nice play down to Flormont to get the 1. The relay back. Oh, what a double play. Oh, my goodness. 3-6-3, a beauty.
Boy, Justin Morneau just turns in a gem of a play right here. Diving to his right. Throws from his knees to a strike to Flormont. And gets back to the bag, stretches. They just barely get Kyle Seager over at first base.
What a play.
Wow.
That's a backbreaker.
That might have been as close to a tie as you can get.
That was some turn. Nicely done. Smoke 0 for 4. Pop out, ground out, 2 fly outs. Ron Gardenhire, proud of his team's defense. Came into tonight's game tied for 3rd in defense in the American League.
That's something they have turned around a couple years ago. They went from a very poor defensive ball club, which the Minnesota Twins, again, always have been known as a very fundamental team. They catch it, they throw it. Gardenhire really stressed getting back to the fundamentals this year.
1-0 to Smoke. He's ahead 2-0. Well, this is as good a time as any for his first home run as a right-hand hitter.
Yeah, Justin has been struggling from that right side against left-handers. This is where you got to be looking for that good 2-0 fastball.
He's ahead 3-0.
Dunson came in the fastball count with a little changeup off the plate.
Dustin Ackley's on deck. 3-0 to Smoke. And a 4-pitch walk. Gonna bring up Dustin Ackley. Got 1 base hit tonight, 1 for 4. And he did commit, says Phil Cuzzi, the home plate umpire, strike 1. Inning start with Morales. 3-1 pitch, getting a single to right. Seager bounced into a very well-turned 3-6-3 double play as Oliver Perez watches. 1-1 pitch to Ackley off the plate, 2-1. Smoke walked on 4 pitches, and now Ackley 2-1. One pitch. Two balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Bottom 11. Strike 3 called. To the 12th we go. Score tied at 1. Game that brought baseball's biggest stars to the Kingdom. This week's Sunday Night Classic is the '79 All-Star Game from Seattle. Hear the roar from Mariners' Bruce Bochy and see Dave Parker's incredible throws in that ball game. Don't miss the 1979 All-Star Game from the Kingdom as it was originally broadcast. A true classic this Sunday night on Root Sports at 9. Back-to-back nights we see Oliver Perez. How about this game, Dave? I mean, Felix was brilliant and gets nothing to show for it.
We've seen some great pitching here tonight. No question about it. You got Felix was absolutely dealing. Scott Diamond did a great job on the Minnesota Twins side. And here we are in the 12th. Offense on both sides can't really get anything going.
Not at all. Not at all.
Not a lot of balls hit hard.
No. Oliver Perez last night, his last 3 outings, he threw 28 pitches, 17 for strikes last night. Very impressive 3-6-3 double play started by this guy, Justin Morneau.
Yeah, the first part of that play was him diving to his right and picking that ball to the backhand, but getting off a strong, accurate throw from his knees.
Big swing and a miss, 1-1.
During the home run derby at Old Yankee Stadium, it was actually Justin Morneau who won that home run derby. Everyone thinks and remembers Josh Hamilton, but this was the guy who came away with it.
That whole contest needs to be the rules need to be revived. I mean, Hamilton had, I forget what the number was, but it was a sick number of home runs in the first
like over
round.
30 or something like that.
I mean, it was incredible. Take nothing away from Morneau, but come on, and do something. And probably reduce the number of participants for one. 1-2 pitch here from Perez. Breaking ball, popped up. Long run for Andy Chavez. He was playing super deep, but there he is. He makes the catch.
It's a good thing that that ball was in the air as long as it was, because Andy had his back to the wall.
Yep.
Standing just in front of the warning track in straightaway right field. Well, he's been a great addition to the Mariners. You can plug him into any outfield position. He's got good speed, good solid defender. And he swung the bat.
Here's Ryan Domit, switch hitter. Back up the middle. Miller charges, flip, got him, 2 down.
Brad Miller just meets this flawlessly. Here's a look how far Andy Chavez is coming in from right field. That ball just hanging up in the air, gives him plenty of time. And then Brad Miller, nice play right here, charging, being very aggressive on the slow roller. Up the middle. Good, strong, accurate arm.
Good athlete, get on top of that ball quickly. 2 outs. Here's Chris Herman. Perez deals 1-0. Almost hitting.
Yeah, that ball looked like it slipped out of Ollie's hand. Didn't have that real sharp break that you typically see from his breaking pitch.
Oh, yeah. Make it 3-0. On deck hitter, Clee Thomas.
Everybody else calls that a strike.
Back with a strike.
Clee Thomas was very focused in that on deck circle there, wasn't he?
Very much so.
Almost looked as if he was in the batter's box.
Good approach.
Yeah, I think he's just trying to get his timing from the pitcher.
Back with another strike. Boy, Perez, a man of many delivery points. Whereas Perez deals 3-2. Fouled off.
Well, he's showing some confidence throwing that curveball right there. 3-2. Throwing it for a strike.
Here we go, 3-2. Walked it. 2-out walk here in the 12th. Two outs in the 12th. It brings up Clete Thomas, 1 for 4 tonight.
Thomas hitting .232 with 4 home runs and 11 RBIs on the season.
Franklin playing on the outfield grass, second base. 1-0 from Perez. They're now 2-0.
One of those had to be a strike.
Two-0 pitch. There's a strike.
I think on that 2-0 pitch, it looked like Clete Thomas was taking all the way.
Watch this one.
See if we get that runner in motion right here.
Runner holds that pitch outside, and Perez not sharp. It's 3-1. A run on 8 hits, no errors for the Mariners. A run on 5 hits, 1 error by Minnesota. Twins have left 4 men on base. 9 for the Mariners. 3-1. And all the way, 3-2. They are still working the arms out there in the King's Court. 2 outs. Payoff pitch here to Clete Thomas. Man at first. Swung on and missed. What a dipsy-do curveball that was for Oliver Perez. Brad Miller coming up with Henry Blanco and Endy Chavez. Maybe the Mariners can win it here in the 12th. Mariners and Twins locked up in the home 12th coming up on Sunday, our next telecast. Kyle Gibson faces off against Erasmo Ramirez. Tomorrow's game not being televised except on MLB At Bat tomorrow. Get it on your computer. does many a ball game, but tomorrow's game in the Fox window prohibits us from broadcasting. Brian Dunsing continues. Big slash by Brad Miller. Miller pinch hit in the 9th inning and grounded out the 2nd.
Brad put on quite a display in batting practice today. Hit about 15, 20 balls into the seats.
Oh, man, I got the catcher right on that helmet. Big shout out to Johnny Bench for starting that back in the day, wearing the helmet under the mask. Right?
Oh, yeah. I got hit a number of times on backswings.
Yeah. And if you don't have the helmet,
it's like, yeah, I mean, you're just getting hit with a bat over the head.
Yeah. 0-2. Brad won for his last 17. American League Player of the Week for July 22nd. What a great series he had down in Houston. His first 2 big league homers. Pops this one up. Coming in Hicks. 1 out. Henry Blanco struck out on 3 pitches last time. 1 for 4. He got robbed of extra bases on a 2-0 pitch. He hit one into the left center field gap. And center fielder Hicks was playing towards right center and ran that thing down with a diving catch.
You get this late in the ball game as a catcher, you want to help yourself out right here.
Oh man, you know it.
Henry's already logged 12 innings behind the plate.
To another strike. 1-2. One-two pitch. Struck him out. 2 outs. Dunsing second K.
Good curveball right here. Starts on the outer part of the plate. Comes over the top of the plate. But out of the strike zone as Henry Blanco swings over the top. Now it's up to Andy Chavez here with 2 outs in the bottom of the 12th.
Oakland defeated the Angels 6-4. Colon gets the win. He goes to 14-3. His ERA down to 2.54. Balfour, the save, is 27th. Williams takes the loss. He's 5-7. One, Andy. Andy came on as pinch hitter for Jason Bay in the 7th. Doubled to left. Nice pitch. One and two. Slashing base hit to left field. A 2-hit night for Andy Chavez. Nick Franklin will get a chance to swing with 2 outs and a man aboard.
Andy with a great approach right here against Brian Dunsing. Dunsing comes after him with a fastball up and out over the plate.
stays on top and hits a line drive right down the left field line. Just kind of hoping this ball was going to be slicing a little bit further into the corner to give Andy a chance to get into second base. And they like it here at Safeco Field.
Nick Franklin, 2-hit night. He is accounted for the Mariners' only run. That seems like eons ago. It was back in the 5th. Came with 2 outs and a 1-0 pitch, a single to center. Here's a single to right field. Chavez will hold up at third. Calabello gets at second, rather, holds it, gets it back into second base. And he was thinking first to third, and then said, no. Don't want to make that third out at third base.
Don't think there was much chance here. This ball's hit pretty good off the bat of Ryan Franklin, his 3rd base hit of the game. Nick Franklin just continues to impress offensively. And he very wisely holds up at second base, and now we'll have an opportunity for Raul to send his crowd home happy.
Yes, indeed. And the Raul chant. Those 2 base hits takes the Mariner total to 10. 5 hits for Minnesota. Ball 1 to Raul. Raul tonight, 3 ground outs and 2 strikeouts.
See what Dunsing does. He misses with that breaking pitch in that first offering to Raul.
Strike 1. Fired up down the right field line for Raul. Maybe you can send him a baseball fair to their area. Chavez the winning run at second. It's the outside corner, ball and 2 strikes.
Boy, that pitch just on the outside corner. Looked like Raul thought it might have been a little bit off the plate. And you go into your defensive mode right here. 2 strikes, just looking to make contact. All you need is a base hit right here to score Endy from second base.
Great speed. Outfield not quite as deep as they had been. Thomas in left, Hicks in center, and Calabello in right. Play Raul straight away.
They went from no doubles defense to now we have to have a chance to throw him out at home.
Popped it up. Morneau coming over, the catcher coming over. Oh my goodness, he almost made that catch. That was a heck of an effort. Chris Herman, fine effort.
Look like Datsy trying to get out of the way right there. That ball almost hits him. As Herman.
Oh, he just missed.
Ball just getting past the outstretched arm.
Ball and 2 strikes, Raul Ibanez. Winning run at second, Endy Chavez, good speed. Struck him out. We continue to the 13th inning. Raul has struck out his last 3 times up. 13th inning coming up. Roots Sports this Sunday at 8 p.m. Seattle Sounders FC kickoff against Chivas USA. This match is available live to all fans outside the Seattle market. For a replay schedule, visit rootsports.com. What a ball game. 1-1 game. Felix Hernandez threw a gem. And he gets a no decision out of it. Now Uravis Medina takes over. Fifth pitcher tonight was by Robbie Thompson, the acting manager. And we now play the 13th inning.
What a job Medina has done. A 2.11 ERA, a record of 3-2. He's got 37 punch-outs and 38 in the third inning. Opponent's hitting only 186 off the hard-throwing right-hander.
First pitch, Aaron Hicks is in there for a strike. It'll be the bottom third. Hicks, Colabello, and Florimon here in the 13th.
Go Medina. Power him up there. Oh yeah. Nice
1-1. Medina now 2-1. Hicks tonight, strikeout looking, fly to left, strikeout looking, and a ground out. Broken bat, base hit, left field. Hicks with plus speed. He's 8 out of 11 in base stealing.
There's a running fastball on the outer half of the plate. Hicks hits it right off the end of the bat. Start to see the splinters coming off the wood. Ball dropping safely in front of left fielder Raul Ibanez. Now you've got to keep an eye on Hicks over at first base. Colabello, the big right-hander. Be interested to see what Ron Gardenhire is thinking right here if he's trying to bunt him.
Colabello does not have a sacrifice to his credit as of yet.
My guess is he probably hasn't had a lot down in the minor leagues either.
That's why. Drives one deep to right. That ball is gone. Bunt this. Jeez. Hit that a mile opposite field. 2-run homer. Twins lead at 3-1.
Colabello showing some big power into right field. He jumps on his first pitch from Medina. Driving his ball out to the right center field seats. Big swing from the right-handed guy. The fastball up and out over.
He really powered that one. First career home run for Chris Colabello. Pedro Florimon, the hitter. One.
Now their closer starts to get loose.
Glenn Perkins having a good year. Made the All-Star team. He's got 24 saves. This one well hit. Right field. Indy's not going to get a glove on this one. Florimon can fly. And he's in with a double. 3 straight hits. Single, 2-run homer, double. This is from the 7, 8, 9 hitters in the order. Here's Brian Dozier. Dozier with a base hit tonight. Fly to left field. Ground out, a sacrifice. That was very effective. And a walk. Sacrifice, part of the building of a run in the ninth that tied it. The last two Minnesota hits, a home run and the double. First and second extra base hits tonight for the Twins. Fly ball at deep center field. Going back, Ackley makes the catch. Runner tags Florimon. And he's in the third standing with one out.
Good base running right there by Florimon. Once he saw that Dustin Ackley had to turn his back to get that ball, he quickly retreated to second base and tagged up and eventually moved on another 90 feet. This is the culprit right here. Trevor Plouffe, pinch hitter. Drove in the tying run in the ninth inning against Felix Hernandez.
Big breaking ball missed. Just coming home, Felix was brilliant. 9 innings, 5 hits, 1 run. No walks, 11 strikeouts. Gave up the tying run in the ninth. Leadoff single by Florimon. Bunted him over to second. Plouffe delivered a pinch hit RBI. One pitch. In tight to Plouffe. Did he go? Field down to first. No, he didn't. 2-1.
Oftentimes you'll see the umpire call that a swing, even though guys are trying to get out of the way. That battle still come through the hitting area.
Fouled it off his foot. Two and two. Field in tight. Strike to Plouffe, and he backs his way out. He's gone. So Medina picks up a big strikeout. 2 down. Strike 3. Here's Morneau. One to Justin. Two ground outs a second, 2 strikeouts, and a fly to right. High fly ball left field. Ibanez is there. And that'll do it. Work to do for the Mariners here. Now they have given up a 2-spot trail, 3-1. Coming up, Morales, Seager, and Smoke. here for the Mariners. They got to get at least 2 to tie. Hopefully enough to win. Catch new episodes of Mariners All Access every Sunday throughout the season before the Mariners pregame show. Get exclusive player interviews, behind-the-scenes footage, and Mariners stories you can't find anywhere else. If you do miss Sunday's episode, tune in for re-airs throughout the week on Root Sports. For your local programming schedule, visit rootsports.com. Work to do. 2 to tie, 3 to win. Last ups here, could be last ups for the Mariners. Glenn Perkins is on. Closer for the Twins. Perkins having a good year with 24 saves. This one popped up. No play for Chris Herman.
Glenn Perkins with a 2-0 record and a 1.85 ERA. He's got 24 saves and 27 opportunities. 51 strikeouts in 39 innings. That's why a lot of folks are thinking that he might be potential trade bait here at the trading deadline as well.
Done well.
Certainly any team that's looking for some help out of the bullpen to add a power lefty down there for the stretch run would be an awfully nice thing to have.
Way late, 2-2. Center field and deep. Hicks going back, giving room. Track. It is gone. Home run for Kendrys Morales. Made it a 3-2 ball game. His 16th home run, 58th RBI. That's a blast.
Well, that was just a line drive to straightaway center field. Kendrys Morales, one of the few Mariners who have been hitting well against left-handed pitching, just hits a missile. Gets a fastball down on the knees, out over the plate. Boy, this ball gets out of the ballpark very quickly.
His 4th home run hitting right-handed. Boy, oh boy, that thing got smoked. His 16th home run.
And that had room to spare.
Here's Seager. And he looks at ball one. Morales. He's a keeper. One to Kyle. .412 feet on that home run by Morales. There's a base hit. Tying runs aboard. Kyle Seager rips a 2-1 offering from Perkins.
Well, they got those rally caps are starting to work right now. Kyle Seager just jumps all over this inside fastball from Perkins and rips it into right field.
Pitching coach Rick Anderson coming out for a couple of quick words for Glenn Perkins.
Both pitches by Perkins. The fastball to Kendrys Morales out over the middle part of the plate, as was that fastball to Kyle Seager. As you mentioned before, Dave, Justin Smoak still looking for his first home run from the right side. Why not?
Amen, brother. Smoke tonight 0 for 4 with a walk. Foul ball. So run in on the home run by Morales. Sigurd first, nobody out. One. Bouncing ball down the third. They're able to turn the double play around the horn. Kloof to Dozier to Morneau. 2 outs. Ackley is the hitter now. He has taken a called third strike his last 2 times up. Strike 1 from Perkins. Chris Calabello, the hero at the moment for the Twins. A 2-run homer, top the 13th. Didn't go. 2 balls, 1 strike. First big league home run for Calabello. Line drive, short hop, Florimon throws. Oh my goodness, he got him. Ball game. 3-2 Twins. Tough loss. Second loss in 11 games for the Mariners. And Felix Hernandez not involved in this decision. How about Chris Calabello? 2-run homer to win it. Morales made it close. 3-2 Minnesota. Wow.
Very disappointing. Yeah, just, with the tremendous outing that Felix gave, Mariners are only able to put one run across. But you see Florimon right here, staying with this play and just barely getting Dustin Ackley at first base.
Terrific recovery, great arm. Go get him tomorrow. And we'll see you again on Sunday on Root Sports. Right now, Mariners post-game starts with Brad and Bill.
All right, gentlemen, thank you. Guardian, the Twins get to celebrate.